Volya Radio. Slava Ukraini!
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're having a good day. Let's see here. Where are we going? What's going on? I am trying to. There we go. We need a Jeff. We've got a Will. I love that Will always gives us a will, a purpose, a meaning. Just kidding. He doesn't suck the life out of you sometimes.
The wrong headphones on. Oh well, that was fun. I'll fix it.
Right. I think that should make it better. Different headphones. Alrighty. So Will is stuffing the nest. He wouldn't like it if I sent him a co-host invite right now or, tried to talk to him, but so I won't do that. But what I will do is I will send him a co-host invite, but what I will do is take us around the world and figure out what time of day it is where to some degree. It is currently Friday, June 12th in much of the world, but not all of the world. So let's check out what time it is where. And last night I started off on a interesting foot. Let's just put it that way. I accidentally just picked a name, and it just took us places that I didn't expect. Anyway, in Muff, Ireland, where the Muff Diving Club exists, it is currently 4:02 a.m. And in Wank, Germany, it is 5:02 a.m. And in New York, somebody reminded me there is a New York in Ukraine. In New York, it is 6:02 a.m. In the workers' paradise of Hangover Bay, Australia, it is 11:02 a.m. And I'm going to take a second here to click a button. And then at the Kinky University in the Osaka, Japan area, it is currently 12:02 p.m. On Prominent Knob in Australia, it is 12:32 p.m. And in Spanker Knob in Australia, it is 1:02 p.m. And then we'll come back. Oh, wait, it just changed there. In Blow Me Down in Newfoundland, it is 12:33 a.m. There we go. So that takes care of those who are on June 12th already. For those of us still on Thursday, June 11th, it is currently 11:03 p.m. in Satan's Kingdom, Massachusetts, because that sounds like a fun place to hang out. And in Ding Dong, Texas, because that was sent to me recently. Ding Dong, Texas, it is 10:03 p.m. And in Uranus Peak, Idaho, we used some knobs there. I think that a peak is something like a knob, so we're just going to go with that. So Uranus Peak, Idaho, it is 9:03 p.m. And then always when we're talking about these places, we're going to Poo Poo Point, Washington. Poo Poo Point, Washington. But there is actually a Poo Poo Creek, British Columbia also. So it is 8:04 p.m. here in the Pacific Northwest. And then in Alaska, in Beaver, Alaska, because we started out at the Muff Diving Club, we might as well end with the Beaver. In Beaver, in Beaver, Alaska, it is 7:04 p.m. Alaska, where Sarah Palin can see Russia from her house. That bitch is still stalking me, and something about a lover, but I don't think she'll get into politics other than sticking your nose in it like a pain in the ass again. Smokey, I will be giving you a co-host invite. I just needed a second to finish off that timestamp and and get us going there. Will, have I provided you enough time to stuff the nest? Never enough time to stuff the nest, I would feel. All right. Will is still not speaking. I'm still trying to get Smokey up. Unless he's up and I can't tell. Don't think he is. But I think I need to approach this a different way. Let's see. Sorry about this, guys. There we go. Ah, wait. He may be appearing. There's that. And I did not see, so that means that... Smokey, did you make it up to speaker? I don't think you did. Let's try this way. It seems like you may be having
Man,
some
that's a lot of ads.
I know it is. There should be one less tonight for just a
Yeah,
little
there
while.
is there is one less, and of course there's two less because the guy who looks after that co-host support thing where you can grab all the ads is really fucking mailing it in. Frankly,
Yeah,
I lost the frontline kit one too, but I'll get it all sorted out.
I'll
See,
get you the frontline kit one.
that's that's the thing. It'll all happen. Well, it's out of order now, you know. Anyway, but I can talk to it because I know the guy.
Yeah.
I have literally been to the factory where they definitely don't make drones twice, and spent other time with Richard where I'm over there. So there's, well, there are a few things about his operation that I don't know, but I do know their operation quite well. They're a good group of folks that are volunteers, especially, you know, shout out to Tim, who I think has had one holiday period back to go to his home country in the last year. Because when I saw him in May, he I asked him when the last time he was home, and he said Christmas. And I, you know, saw him a year ago. So he's only been home one time. They're doing great work there. They're doing great work at War Doggo's, at the SBU Alpha and 18th National Guard and the other folks that we help out through the proactive campaign, and had a really good session with if you haven't heard it, look, it's a little hard to get through on YouTube because it was simulcast or Spotify. There's some audio little chunks that are difficult in it because we were having difficulty sorting out the audio on the simulcast for the video at the same time. But you know, it's a work in progress. But the content from Andrei Besanov, superb. So I encourage you to go have a listen to that Chuck and Alan episode where I sit quietly. I know, it's like amazing. Anyway, um, so the other things we're trying to help out are Rebecca Makiowski's got a new ad out. I like the fact that Philip came in the other day and said that we were using an ad that's too old. Here's a top tip for you for tip this week in Absurdistan or Volya advertising. Come see us periodically. Come see us periodically, and we'll make sure that your ad's always up to date because you know, I don't have staff in that area, if you will. What am I, Soloviev over here? Uh, Rebecca Makiowski's got a new fundraiser where she's signing books. You should check that out. And if you want one of, it's not her book, but it's books that she gives out to people that she finds particularly useful in her role. So those are the promos or the little gratuities you get if you make a donation to her thing. So check hers out. April Huggett is always raising money in the background for her little bits and bobs that they need at their group. We were really happy to be able to hook up April and see Terixis and his team from Vanguard, who's also one of the folks that we were helping platform, and get all the medical kit that they need in place at aid stations, at units, at hospitals. Smoke, your mic's open. Also, the shotgun guys. Now, this is why I saved this one for last, folks, other than the books, of course, that you can always buy a book from those three good authors that are up there in the nest if you need a gift or anything. But last but not least is our friend Igor and Alexandra at Gunbro, who are going to be on with us on Saturday, right as we go off from Good Morning Kiev and Mockers takes over. We're going to get Andre and Alexandra in and have another chat with them. And those are always incredibly entertaining chats. So I encourage you to sit in on that one and, you know, provide a donation to that or any of the things while you're listening in on it, while you're soaking up the good content, because what we're here for is to provide good content on what's going on in Ukraine, why it's important to keep supporting Ukraine, and platform some folks who are doing that support. You can find your own. You can find United UA, the Ukraine United 24. You can go to any number that are vetted. But if you want to provide a donation to Ukraine, units or medics or whatever, the humanitarian research lab, we've vetted these folks and found, that the money's going where they said it was, or they say it is, and they're transparent and accountable. So we've done a bit of the homework, so you don't have to. We don't handle any of the money. All these people handle the money directly, but I've had the opportunity to look through these folks, or the vetting crew has, and also me oftentimes if they're one that I've brought to the attention of them. But these folks do fine work with the money they've got. Like War Doggo, if he was actually serving as in a unit during this war, he'd be the company scrounge. He can get anything they need from all over Europe, and he seems to be continually doing that for them at low prices. He gets really good deals, publishes his invoices for when he buys the stuff, and like with Andre, we can help them out with things they can't get through the normal military supply channels or in a timely fashion, like the thermal optic and magnifying scopes for the marksman's rifles. We helped them get that were very effective means of countering against FPV drones when they're sitting there in ambush mode. And they find that they still use that, and it's very effective. There's a new one of those, Smokey, and I'll segue to this because it's in the nest. But there's a new way that Ukraine likes to take out these ambushing drones. That is the unmanned vehicles. Or Mockers absolutely loves robots. I mean, she loves these ground robots. They're her new favorite thing.
I do
They
too.
probably will. They should name them after cats. Is the only way they can make
Oh,
mockers like them more. And the video that's up there, a special Kirsten cat has posted one that is about ground drones doing all their roles. I mean, these guys are unloading a shitload of ammunition from this thing, and that shows all the different things, carrying wounded people. But your favorite is going to be it sneaking up on, lining up, and executing Russian FPV drones lying in ambush. And I find it amazing in this thing, Smokey, that um, it's I think it can fire a single shot or a very tight burst of 7.62 is what that thing is doing, and really effective at nailing those FPVs. Very accurate. What have you seen that video?
I have, and was very impressed. I'm sure that they've got the same kind of selection capability that you have on any kind of automatic weapon like that, where you can go to single shot, 3 round burst, or continuous auto. And
And
I
these
imagine,
newfangled ones. The old M60 that I used to have to line up behind periodically was just bullet hose. It
yeah,
had trigger on or trigger off. That was it.
yeah. But yeah, but they are. I'm sure they're going to be remarkably accurate because it's a very stable platform, and they've also. I wouldn't be surprised if they had some stabilization in there. And I'm also certain that they've sighted them in before getting them onto onto the machines. So they're going to be as accurate as a human marksman, possibly even better than most. So if they can get close enough that they can see the FPV before the FPV sees it, they're going to kill it. I'm absolutely certain. Once the FPV starts moving, it turns into a different game, I'm sure. But
Sure, yeah. But then they see it as the trade-off of the FPV damaging or disabling the ground robot, but nobody gets killed.
exactly, and that's the whole
The
story right
upside is
there.
just fantastic for Ukraine, given their wartime objectives here.
Yeah, it's a tremendous force multiplier. You're you're looking at potentially each of those ground drones, especially if it's like it's armed with an automatic weapon, it's doing the job of two or three soldiers, at the cost of
Yep, a machine gun position for sure.
yeah, at the cost of a one remotely operated machine and a single operator. The tree bit will come when they actually make them reasonably autonomous, where they just start trundling around and only phone home when they run into something that they have got a question about and want a human operator to put eyes on it. I could see that becoming a thing before too long. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure that's how some of the aerial drones are functioning at this point. That they are given a place to go, they go there, they look around, and then they ping an operator when they find something to get permission to attack it. So and we can see how it's working. I seem to recall that there's something else that I saw about a convoy of around 50 fuel and ammo trucks being attacked near Armyansk.
Well, we have to talk.
That's
We have to talk about the closure of the northern entrance to Crimea in absolute detail. But yeah, I mean, you've gone right to the punchline, which of course is after forcing all these trucks to basically take one route. Russia voluntarily basically put a whole bunch of trucks on the one route, and the resulting uh, congestion opened up an opportunity for 50 ammunition and fuel trucks to get nailed. So now you know what they called for as a priority in the north
mhm.
when they found out they had an issue, and now it also isn't coming, Jeff.
Yeah. It's playing out about the way I think we expected with this. They dropped the bridges to the east, and they've extended the route. People were poking at me yesterday, wondering, basically saying, "Yeah, great. So you just added 2 hours to the trip," and I had to educate some people uh, about what that does. That extra 2 hours of driving turns into 4 hours round trip. It turns into only one trip a day round trip rather than two, or possibly even only one round trip every 2 days, depending. It's an additional 4 hours at a minimum of potential exposure to drone threat from the Ukrainians along that passage. So you've reduced the rate, you've had forced it to go further, and you've increased its vulnerability and exposure to possible interception. Man, it doesn't get a lot better than that when you're trying to suppress somebody's logistics.
Yeah, that's right. And it does look quite like there's a method to this madness. If you look at if you examine the bridges that were struck, it's masterful work to close off the top of. But look, they're never going to 100% keep vehicles from traveling from south to north across this weird fording way that is the entrance to Crimea. It's just riddled with problems for bridges and causeways that you have to do. But consequently, it's also riddled with little ways to cross it. But you are not going to drive a semi tractor trailer with a whole bunch of ammunition, heavy ammunition, or heavy fuel on it across a little, a fording going south to north with any major effect. I don't believe Russia's going to do that. They're going to do what they've got them to do here, and it's brilliant. Make your enemy make a mistake. Make them do something, predict what they're going to do, and nail them for it. Set them up for their next mistake. And this is beautiful because by knocking out Henichesk and Chongar, the bridge is there. They basically said, your main route up here is gone, so you're going to have to go to the west and inland a little bit farther to get there. And they struck three bridges along the way from the south to the north, getting up to the north. So further funneled everybody through the north, through this way to the west, but up a single road that was then going to cause some congestion when everybody tried to use it at the same time. And there's video up there. You can see it for yourself. Strikes on the bridges and 50 ammunition and fuel trailers there amongst probably the best, most impressive attack of Ukraine in the last 24 hours since I've been on, or a little over 24 hours, which, of course, I did predict 2 days ago when I was online. It's the obvious answer, though, here again, folks, right? When you see the bridges going to the northern eastern entrance into Crimea, you know that there's only two other main routes and that's the bridge at Armyansk and the bridge at Kerch. Kerch is already significantly reduced. So it was easy to see and say, well, we'll see what's going on here. And if they're attempting to totally close the entrance to Crimea, if they strike the bridge at Armyansk, and of course they did. And even better, they did two other bridges in that area to totally funnel the remaining traffic where it needs to go. So that story of the day for me, Crimea, is the work there, Smokey. Yeah, I just so impressed with this strike, including, of course, the video, but just the absolute obvious pain that it causes. The objective is here. You can see the layout of what they're doing on the map after they've done it. It's nothing short of brilliant.
Yeah, it has got the Russian military bloggers in an absolute panic.
Shape Orama.
Yeah. So they are definitely they're waiting for the other shoe to drop. They are also panicking over the fact that the readiness of Russian units in the area is disintegrating rapidly. You know that we've been having more and more reports of Russian surrendering. I think the one that I saw most recently was 3 soldiers. Now this was actually up north of Kupiansk. It was a Russian unit. I want to say the 336th.
337th.
No. It was 337th. Well, that's 337th. That's actually that's Kinburn's.
Oh yeah, those are the.
No, it's actually the 63rd Motor Rifle Regiment of the 89th Division. That's up near Kupiansk, and there are these guys who just they had they weren't getting food. They were being told that they are about to get sent dumped into the meat grinder, and they apparently at one point went wandering around. They found some of the leaflets, and they phoned in and figured out a way to get through the lines to where they could get picked up by the Ukrainians. And they immediately turned around and did a propaganda video for the Ukrainians, telling their countrymen, "Hey guys, don't waste your lives. Just surrender. Don't do it. It's not worth it." So there's increasing pressure on Russian morale on top of this. So we've got this morale dimension, plus we've got the loss of logistics, and the additional thing from some of the stuff that I was listening today is it's looking like Russia is going to find itself shortly unable to pay them. So it's just getting worse and worse. It's like, well, if you're not getting paid, you don't have food, you hate your officers, they're trying to get you killed. Now, I can't see a way that I would stay, even if there was a risk of me getting shot by Bard's troops. I'd try to find a way out, and I'm sure there are a lot of Russians right now who are as well.
Yep. And the thing that strikes me in some of the analysis I've been reading today is this is a big deal going both directions. You can talk about the fact that Crimea is cut off from the northern peninsula, or cut off as a peninsula from the north, which is essentially kind of true, except for the big deal is there's traffic two ways, right? These ammunition and fuel is apparently coming across in road trucks across the Kerch Bridge. So the Kerch Bridge is probably very unsafely doing it, right? It wouldn't be load limited to this, but I just don't see them moving a lot of road truck ferries across. There's no flotilla carrying things across, so they're clearly uh, pumping the odd four-wheel tractor trailer across the Kerch Bridge. That it's not supposed to be rated for because it was derated such that you weren't supposed to take a car more than a ton in gross vehicle mass. So uh, that's interesting to find that out, that the flow of supply is still significant coming through Crimea up into the Kherson area in particular. And there's also a lot of supply that's being interdicted from north into south, of course, because fuel is also very short in supply in locations in Crimea, such that they've gone to full restrictions, full rationing for the public, which is not handing out very much any day, basically zero, and probably, who knows? Water might have to. The pipelines aren't coming in from the north, so I reckon they probably have enough drinking water. But the big problems overnight in Crimea are that the Ukraine strikes, just a campaign of strikes, just absolutely continues. Their strike in Sevastopol, their strike in Simferopol. They're apparently knocked out the combined heat and power plant at Simferopol up in the center, which is uh, the strike there may have been on the plant itself, or it may have been on its very large set of fuel tanks next to it. So we'll have to see
Yeah.
what's going on there. There's one other. Thinking about power, of course. If they are going to try to shut off power, even though it's summertime in Crimea, although that might be a big deal. The other major power plant, of course, is down at Balaclava, and that's a massive gas power plant that Russia built after occupying the area. So we'll have to keep our eye on that. I'm still looking up the last final details as we talk through stories, Smokey. But at some point, when you want to talk about oil, I want to play a little game
Ooh,
called
baby.
Hot or Cold with you.
Oh boy. So you're gonna ask me about plants, and I gotta
You get
tell
a
you, I've
guess.
gotta
So
let you know
we'll
what
start.
I gotta
We'll
guess.
start it out now. Um, uh, Perm refinery, hot or cold? But that means is it totally cold, or does it show some activity of refining crude oil?
Ooh, I'm gonna say warm.
Correct.
I'm gonna say
Correct. There are.
I'm gonna say
It's
warm.
correct. There are process units operating in there and flare activity. Novokubashevsk refinery.
Cold.
Kubashevsk refinery.
Cold.
Correct. In both cases, the Novokubashevsk refinery, which wasn't hit the other day, was still not in operation from a long time ago when it was struck with things, showing no flare activity, no process heater activity at all in Novokubashevsk. And Kubashevsk refinery, which was hit the other day, so we would expect to be showing no activity on the process units or flares, is correctly totally cold. Uh, it's not all good news. Yaroslavl refinery, hot or cold?
Hot.
Warm, I'd have to say. It's process units in
Warm.
the
Warm.
process units and main flares in the south corners of the refinery and the petrochemical plant across the way. I think it's a carbon black plant. Showing activity, normal activity, but the entire gasoline manufacturing infrastructure to the north and of that is all dead cold, and we'd expect to see some heat there, as well as the other units that are north of that, cat crackers and stuff like that. So Yaroslavl's warm. Karishi refinery, hot or cold?
Karishi. I'm looking at my
Big
cheat
one over by
cheat
Perm,
sheet.
over in
I'm
Leningrad.
gonna say I'm gonna say cold.
Correct. Dead cold still. So the big ones I was really interested in seeing were up or down. Of course, were Yaroslavl and Kurishi because they handle the most volume of West Siberian crude over that mixed West Siberian crude over that direction, and are the means of taking flow out of that line. Otherwise, it all has to be sent to Ust-Luga and Primorsk to go out over the dock, which it has been in larger volumes than normal. But this is an indicator that these refineries are in trouble. And of course, we still see Kurishi offline in full. Saratov refinery, hot or cold?
Cold.
Yeah, yeah, dead cold. In fact, I suspect this one might be out of the count for the rest of the war. It looks like massive damage to the crude units in the center, massive damage to the catalytic reformer. So it's not making gasoline. It's not making diesel. Sorry, it's not making jet fuel in any amount now. And looks, I would be surprised, given the great satellite photos of the damage on that one, if that one's back up and running anytime soon. Now, we won't play this game forever, although we could, because I'm not even totally close to done at looking at all the refineries. But let's go one more that'll be of great interest to you, and that's Volgograd refinery. Is hot or cold?
Ooh, I'm going to say warm.
You would be correct again. The main flare is operating, but the main flare in one of the process areas is operating, but nothing anywhere else in the places that I expect to be hot. The crude unit's not running, so I'm going to actually say cold here, or if it's
Yeah.
the heat's been turned off, but it's just running down stuff. I think Volgograd's
Well,
cold.
my guesstimate. I'm staring at my spreadsheet. My guesstimate was that it was 75% offline, and I just realized that there's been a hit since I actually updated that number last. So yeah,
Yeah, a
assuming it's
Fipsky.
like 90.
So we haven't even done a Fipsky, Razan, and Slavyansk na Kuban. We're not there. So because what I wanted to check was I'm going to be sitting with Smokey, and I want to be able to uh, greatly support or yay or nay his estimate of how much is offline, because he's probably got one. And
Mhm.
I don't know what your number is now, but.
60%.
60. I'd say it's a firm 50, where you used to predict everything first. It might be a little higher than that, but I'm gonna say a full 50% of the Russian um, refining capacities offline right now. And the important thing here is that confirming analysis all the time that I've been talking about with folks here like Dryfly for literally years. We now have the Economist magazine chipping in on exactly the same points that I've been making with Beefeater since 2023, and that is the end game we're looking for here is Russia shutting in wells, and we see clear evidence of Russia's production volume in crude oil going down significantly in the last year, or last couple of years, but particularly in the last 6 months. And so these strikes on crude oil export capacity, these strikes on linear pumping stations, and particularly the secondary effect of these massive strikes on Russian refinery to take a large portion of it off the table at the same time are causing problems with Russian crude oil that it's only trying to solve by pushing as much as it possibly can out of crude oil and mazut, which sounds like it's a great deal for Russia, and it kind of is, right, with the price of oil being up. But the truth is, it's a symptom of a really bad problem. Is Russia's got so much refining capacity offline right now that it's having to shut in wells because of that, not just because of strikes on the crude oil export capacity. But it started that way, right? It started with those things that I said I wanted to see that. But really, if you do take enough of the Russian refining capacity offline, not 35%, but if you take 50, 60% off, as we can argue about where we're at the same time, that also means Russia has to shut in wells. And the Economist went through and also confirmed everything that I've been telling you all the time for these months and months on the fact that the Ukraine's first round of drone strikes took a couple of 3 months to do a significant amount of damage. The one last year, it started in August and went through September, did all the damage that was done the year before and more in like 3 weeks, or yeah, about a month. This year, the campaign this year, in a week and a half, took more capacity offline than had been taken off the year before. So they're getting better and better. It's
Yeah.
continuing right now. This is not even counting, the strikes on Razan, where you can start 5 fires in one refinery at the same time, actually massively increases the chance that refinery is going to have to go offline fully when the fires are put out, because you can do a synchronistic combination of damage inside a refinery that means many of their backup capabilities aren't available to them if you hit a major process unit and you hit the connection points between that unit and some of the other units, and you hit another unit that they use to do the workaround when the first unit's out. But it becomes a massive kerfuffle, let alone being absolutely nightmare fuel for any firefighter who's been in a refinery. If you've ever been in a refinery or fire, you've seen a big fire of petrochemicals or petroleum. It Thinking you'd have to put out one is a challenge. Thinking you'd have to put out 5 at the same time is literally nightmare fuel for firefighters. Fortunately,
Yeah.
most of the Russian folks haven't had to go through that, Smokey, because they've never done it before, so they're surprised.
Yeah.
So the other thing the Economist has done has pointed out that the precision of the strikes, the number of the strikes that they can do at the same time, and the absolute impunity in which they can traverse the Russian air defense network, which should be the most complicated, difficult air defense network inside Russia's territory, should be this triangle between Yaroslavl, Moscow, and St. Petersburg, and they can traverse that without any problem, as well as getting FP5 flamingos that are a 6-ton missile that sounds like a Thunderbird's Argo jet coming past, and that's exactly what it looks like too. Can't shoot them down though. Russia's not shooting them down. They do have that problem solved, the Smokey, where the thing can fly map of the Earth less than 100 or at or about 100 meters off the ground the full way.
And there is a electronics plant that is a testament to that right now.
Absolutely.
Two
Cheboksary
of
got
them.
the TNIIR Progress plant has progressed back to the Stone Age, just been gutted, hasn't it, Smokey?
It has. I was amused. There were some photographs that they actually put up scaffolding around it, and they hung
They
some.
hung a photograph of a wall with
They
windows.
yeah they they hung uh, basically tarps with windows on the outside to make it look like the building was intact, and I just laughed. I laughed so hard
So the
because
Potemkin
there's
plant is running, but the
yes.
real plant has been gutted. Now we'll have to find out the real story. How did they know to have that shit in stock? Basically, is my question.
I that you know I it it astonishes me too that they'd actually have something like that in inventory, saying, "Hey, we need we need the window, we need the building drapes. Let's see, we need 4 stories, gray with with
With fake
some brown
windows.
trim. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah.
Yeah, so
So yeah,
I'll have to look at that, but it's absurd. Despite their despite the chance for Russia to say that scratch I've had worse, I guess, by putting up these fake panels. Um, have a look at the video that pans past that thing, and look at how good and penetrative that strike has been, and the size of that warhead. There were two strikes, I remember, on that building. The one
Yep.
that hits that you can really see where it went into the building and exploded inside the building and caused such damage. Also, just absolutely took every window and a lot of wall panels out of the building next door, the high rise.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I saw that video. It blew out about, I'd say, about a quarter of the windows in the high rise adjacent, which gives you a sense of what the overpressure was like. But yeah, inside the factory building itself, you could say the two exterior walls were up, but you could see straight through the building over most of the length that wasn't obscured by the Potemkin
Yeah,
drapes.
clearly not going
Yeah,
to be
which
making any comet antennas in that facility for a while, and this just shows the real capability here. I wish we had this level of video up at Votkinsk, the other missile factory, but we do in this case. And two previous attacks on this facility with drones, have hit the roof, punctured in, made an explosion or whatever. But this one has literally gutted the building in one go, and they definitely are out of business making antennas here. Maybe Russia put up the Potemkin panels after the first drone strikes to make it look like the building is completely unharmed. But whether they put them up overnight or they put them up days before, their anti-drone technology did not work, and the Flamingo made short order of the inside of that entire factory.
yeah. Yeah, increasingly, the story that I'm getting out of this, in some ways, even more than the juicy targets that Ukraine is hitting, is the lack of contested airspace. Is outside of um, the immediate front line or the area up Novgorod, Moscow, St. Petersburg, outside of those regions, the Ukrainian drones and cruise missiles are pretty much operating uncontested. The only time that they get intercepted is if the Russians happen to have some electronics, some radar coverage up that is able to detect them, and they can vector in a combat air patrol. But they really haven't been doing that particularly at all in the interior of Russia. So their operational tempo doesn't have them doing that in the interior of the country. So that means once you get past the initial radar picket, it's Katie barred the door. You're going to have a whole bunch of stuff that's the only way that it really is going to be potentially intercepted is in the terminal approach where you have the gunners with their 14.5 millimeter and 23 millimeter ground-based anti-aircraft guns, and maybe the occasional manpad trying to catch the drones, the FP1s and 2s on their terminal approach, but they aren't catching the cruise missiles at all, and it's starting to show. What was it? Now, was that thermal plant down near Simferopol? Was that was that the Neptunes? Because there are a couple of Neptunes that
So
Ukrainians used down
this
there.
is Sevastopol. The strike in Sevastopol was at, and this is going to be really insulting to Russia. Russia itself was trying to put together a capability and building some little naval drones themselves in the
Mm.
bay there. And Ukraine's identified the place where they were trying to be the Me Too boys with naval drones and blow that up with Neptune.
Ha! No drones for
So
you.
hey, there's a characteristic. Well, maybe it is just the geography there in that area, but down by the naval base in Sevastopol. But these Neptunes that tend, when these things drop in and make a strike like that, it's weird that maybe it's the things they're striking at, but they don't form these massive, huge fireballs. Not like a refinery or a tank farm or something. But they form these really intense, low glowing fires near the ground where they strike, and I don't know what it is, but this is what you see just over the edge of the horizon, down the hill toward the bay in Sebastopol, but way up in the bay where the naval base is at, and yeah, what Magyar's guys have reported is that was the USV development facility for Russia.
Not anymore. Or at least they're going to have to rebuild it from scratch, which, considering the interdiction of everything going into Crimea, is going to be an interesting challenge. They're going to have to move. They're going to have to move all that stuff either to like ports on the Black Sea or inside of the Sea of Azov, because they just simply aren't going to be able to get the materials to where they need them in order to build them. And they might try to do a two-step where they build them someplace else and then motor them to Crimea, to Sevastopol, and then from there they launch them out to do whatever mischief they want to try with them up towards the coast at Odessa or Mykolaiv. But it's going to be increasingly difficult. Going back to the interdiction, the stuff that's happening right now is one of the things that I read was not only are they not rationing, they've actually rescinded coupons for fuel that they've given out previously, and that for any civilian, they just simply cannot get fuel.
I
Period.
think that's right. They've sunsetted the coupons that they've issued earlier. Those expire relatively quickly, in a matter of just a week or 2 weeks. And yeah, now now you can only get a coupon issued with a special case by going to the
Yeah.
governor, and or they've tried to grant some to individual groups they know that they want to keep in operation. But if you just want fuel now, you've got to go make a case to the government to get a coupon.
They're having trouble even getting fuel to their public transit, to like the buses.
Well, they've shut down a whole
And
chunk of the network.
yeah, well, I'm also one of the things that I'm curious about. I posted a couple days ago on the back channel, some fan fiction locations that I still would like to see Ukraine drop, that are smaller crossings. One of which is a rail bridge, but it strikes me when I think about it, we haven't heard about any rail traffic going into Crimea from along the route from Mariupol for some time. And I'm thinking that the combination of sabotage plus drone strikes, plus the fact that any train is just going to be a magnet that the Ukrainians are watching for at any moment.
Well, and the train itself is going to be a roadblock while you're fixing the last one.
Yeah, so it strikes me that it seems like the Russians have just given up trying to run any kind of rail past like Tokmak. At least I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not
I don't know, but
hearing
I don't know, but I
some.
just haven't seen it. You're right.
Yeah. So, and I'm sure that if it was running, the Ukrainians would have hit it, and if they hit it, we would be seeing pictures of it.
Well, and if they didn't hit it, and rail traffic was running normally, we would not have shortages in Crimea, because rail can just move so much content quicker than road. It's shocking.
Yeah, one train crossing the one bridge it's near Chongar. That's a little bit to the north and west of Chongar. There's a rail bridge that drops across there. I think it's a main rail link that crosses into Crimea from that side of the isthmus, and there isn't any sign of anything going through it, but just one train, a couple hundred cars, and they would have enough fuel that would actually let people. It would let them utilize the coupons. It would give them a lot of the resources that they need, because a tank car on a train is carrying something like what 50,000 liters, something on that level. So
A tank car carries 110,000 liters. Or sorry,
right,
110,000,
yeah,
yeah, but 110,000 liters, yeah.
yeah, or the
Or
equivalent. I
110
think that's
cubic
the
meters, right?
yeah, I think that's the equivalent of like 10 tank cars that you get on a tractor
5.
trailer. 5. Okay, still. So you if you get so uh, so 10 tank cars and a train is the equivalent of all of that
50, yeah.
truck transport that got caught. So this really tells me that they just simply aren't able to move trains. The fact that they had that many trucks stacked up, on the other side of the peninsula there, that that tells me that their rail is in real bad shape, and they just simply they can't move stuff.
Yeah, I think that probably is a very good indication of that. If your roads are absolutely jam clogged with road trucks, you're clearly it's because your rail can't cope.
Yeah. So we'll see how this continues to develop, but it's we're now we're we were talking about this a couple weeks ago. We are now right at the point where we were speculating that things, or at least I was speculating. I think you were looking a couple weeks further out than me, but this is right about the time that I was speculating that the fuel sanctions in particular were going to start to bite really, really hard. Um, and it does seem like, at least in Crimea, it is. We haven't heard it. You haven't seen anything or heard anything about what's happening up near Kherson, besides the fact that we've got the 337th that's abandoning the Kinburn. I really haven't heard anything else about.
Well,
I think that's.
the one incredibly good piece of news was that I heard that the commander, who was uh, operating the human safari activity in Kherson proper from the south side of the river in the Russian occupied area, and was blogging about it and posting videos of civilian kills, has himself been killed. So I saw that piece of news, but nothing on the
Ooh,
tactical position or any other the other military stuff.
where did he get caught? Was he actually caught at his base?
They didn't say.
Okay. Well, if they didn't say, that sounds like partisan activity,
Well, I think
or
it's
or is
probably an assist. And speaking of partisan activity, right? There has been a fair bit of partisan activity because um, the strike, the Belgorod ammunition rocket S-300 and Iskander rocket storage area that blew up so magnificently the other day, what is now reported to have been assisted by the local resistance, the Russian anti-Putin movement, and the Belgorod resistance folks. And so that means that it wasn't a false drop by an Su-25. It was, in fact, a strike or a sabotage by those guys, Ukraine assisting those guys, or helping target. And I'll note that this that there's a factory fire in Russia proper, way over in Novosibirsk. That there's a major fire at a military electro-optical system manufacturer for thermal optics and sighting devices and rangefinders and all that sort of stuff. Massive fire at that factory, which is you just have to be suspect. Any military factory in Russia, even if it's way out in Novorossiysk or Novosibirsk, you've got things that make you go, Smokey.
well, consider um, the how tight the Russian government's hold on any currency is right now inside the country. And imagine the corrupting power of several $1,000s in U.S. currency being waved in front of the right faces. Um, yeah, that's we Ukraine has increasingly got access to more and more powerful incentives to recruit people to do things, and especially when we're looking at scarcity in fuel, we're looking at scarcity in different kinds of foods. People talking about going to potatoes and cabbage instead of having tomatoes and cucumbers. What there was thinking about Absurdistan. What was it? One of the government departments was recommending to people that they at this point they plan to go spend their summer at their dacha and plant cucumbers. I'm trying to remember
Yeah,
where
that's
I
right.
saw that, but
This is the previous governor. Now, remember, the governor's been changed probably because of statements like this. But yeah, the previous governor, as soon as the power facilities were being struck in Russia, suggested that when it was the tit for tat on electric power things, he recommends residents of Belgorod that have a dacha abandon the city and go stay at their
yeah,
dacha and you know make grow vegetables for next year.
something. Yeah, that's absurd. That's definitely it's not quite my number one for the night, but it's definitely up there as far as Absurdistan is concerned. It expresses just uh, the the degree of cope that the Russians are having to assemble to try to deal with this, because everything's getting pulled down around their ears right now.
Hey,
Um,
you know where else? Now you're going to love this. You know where else that there are now gasoline shortages where people are having to go to multiple stations and line up to get fuel?
St. Pete,
Novorossiysk.
Novorossiysk. Okay.
Now that's
The place
funny,
that
given
used,
the pipelines of fuel that
yep,
come into that place.
no pipelines, no more refinery, and
It's like
suddenly the
living
place that
living
was,
next to the distillery and not being able to get a drink.
yeah. Well, I think the shortage it helps. The shortage, the fact that the distillery has been set on fire multiple times
Yes.
and
So,
been knocked to the
so
ground.
to carry on our theme, a Fipsky refinery overnight, hot or cold?
Cold.
Ilsky refinery yesterday, hot or cold?
Ilski. Let me look at where did I have that?
Just down the road from a Fipsky.
I'm going to say cold.
Yep, both cold as. So the numbers. It doesn't take much penetration of the supply of Russia at this point in even these medium-sized. A couple of these medium-sized refineries go down, and virtually immediately, you see shortages in Krasnodar all over to the west, including down all the way down at Novorossiysk.
Well,
Crude end product aren't moving down the pipelines there very well.
well, the thing is, all of these refineries, most of these refineries that are being hit, this stuff is all west of the Urals. So the impact is going to be disproportionate on most of Russia proper. There's stuff out to the east that's still going great guns, but there's no way to get it over the mountains, and that's all stuff that's heading in the direction of Vladivostok in China at al. That's like the 20 to 25% that at this point, at this stage, really is pretty much out of reach of Ukraine. Um, I don't know what the exact proportion is in terms of Russia's total production, but we're saying we're looking at 50% offline minimum. That's your estimate, 60 by mine.
Yeah, and
That
I'm
you know
not
that
feeling that
that means
confident about my number anymore.
yeah, so we consider that we're talking about we're that means we're looking at less than 15% of the production that Russia had available total is left west of the Urals.
I'd say,
So
yeah,
that's
I would definitely say that is right now. There's, I got to do one more, Jeff, just one more. But I promise, this before this gets too old, I'll do one more. Slaviansk
I
na
could do it all
Kuban,
night. What's that?
Slaviansk na Kuban, just west of Krasnodar. significantly and north of the Fipsky and Ilsky refineries.
Ooh.
Reported to have been struck, had a strike at it just as I was going off yesterday, and Mockers was coming
That's
on.
that's a small one that I actually don't have on my list. So I'm gonna have to use the tingle ass method of figuring that one out. The tingle ass method is you get a tingle in your ass, and you that's the answer you give. And I'm gonna say cold.
Actually, hot, but I'm going to say probably too hot. There's far too big a
Ah!
there's far too big of a heat signature coming out of the process areas and flare there to be a normally operating refinery. So the strike, the noises and fire that were reported in Slavyansk yesterday, not Kuban, just as I was going off yesterday, that Mockers reported. And look, see, we've had so many of these things to talk about. Honestly, can you believe that a refinery fire being struck and on fire is already being overrun by other strikes later in the day? That it's not top story.
Yeah. Well, that, going back to the fact that Russia has no more air defense, essentially. And this is another place where, uh, remember, the Russian AWACS, the
Yeah,
AN-50s,
the A-50s that went down in the same
50s.
month.
Yeah. So they're that as near as we can tell, they're down to just two operational. If they actually had the full complement of like 10 or 12 that they started the war with right now, there'd be things would be a lot different. They'd be a whole lot different because they'd have the airborne detection capability that would be able to look down and see this stuff as it was traveling, and that even without ground-based air defense, they'd still be able to vector in aircraft to be able to, at least to be able to intercept the larger cruise missiles. Uh, and they just simply they can't, if they catch one of those, uh, it's at this point it's just pure chance. So catching a Neptune, which is partially stealthy, they're absolutely not going to do that. But they the flamingos are absolutely not stealthy. The only thing they've got going for them is just flying low enough that they don't get seen. But they're not catching those either. So
Low and fast, right?
yep,
Could potentially be cruising at 650 kilometers an hour at
yep,
100 meters off the ground.
that's kind of hard to catch.
It
For
it is
for
it is unless you consider this. Had Russia set up a mobile phone direction finding sort of network like Ukraine did right now, if they just built their own system like Ukraine did to see incoming drones, um, and because it's got to work very low level, it's about radar isn't going to work if they did what Ukraine did. The signature now that we see multiple flyovers of that drone, that FP5, very distinctive, and you could set up you'd know at least the director it was vectoring very well, and its speed and location, and so you could be waiting for it at the next location you might be able to use because
yep,
they don't corner on a dime. If you saw the pattern that it took
no,
getting over to Cheboksary, which did a button hook, right? These five missiles, only two of which reached the target, all did a full up the river and button hook around from the backside into that facility.
yeah.
But
So
you should know where they're coming and be able to shoot, try to shoot some of them down. But Jeff, they're not even. They might wave an AK at it and fire in the air lackadaisically. But I literally haven't seen any real attempt to try to shoot these down.
well, and my estimation is if Russia actually managed to set up a system like that, I think Ukraine would hack it. I'm pretty sure Ukraine would figure out a way to hack it and spoof it and feed disinformation into it.
What or
I'd almost bet money
or
on that.
they just have terrible luck. I don't know what caused this fire in the optics plant in Novosibirsk, but either they have really shitty luck because you know, uh, the fates also hate Russia, or there's sabotage or something going on. But sometimes it's just Russia being Russia. For instance, did you hear the what happened to the first of their satellites that they put up that's going to replace Starlink?
No, but please tell me.
Yeah, uh, didn't position itself right and fell out of orbit and burned up.
Oh, man, this is these are not these are not the rocket scientists of the Soviet era. That's for certain. Oh, but then again, the rocket
Because those
scientists
guys
of
were
the
all
Soviet era
Ukrainian.
were Ukrainian. So so it follows. Um, yeah, that's no surprise. Well, they still haven't gotten one of their new ICBMs to launch successfully. Both the tests they've had so far have either blown up in the silo or shortly
The
after launch.
Satan.
So the Satan, say, you know, it is devilish only for the people trying to use it so far. Um, yeah. So which, and thinking about that, it has me really pondering what the state of the rest of their strategic arsenal looks like. At least anything that now here's one of the things to think about. A lot of their arsenal, their strategic arsenal, is still liquid fueled. So,
True,
they don't
true.
have, so that's, and the thing about a liquid fueled rocket is it has a lot more pieces that can be pried off and sold. So a solid fuel rocket, you can't really do much with that. Though I suppose you could probably try to, dig some of the fuel out. There was the anecdotal story, maybe not anecdotal, but one of the problems that the Chinese were having with some of their rockets is they discovered that some of their troops who were not getting, enough supply for one thing or another were actually um, digging some of the fuel out of the solid fuel boosters of one or another. I can't remember what the rocket was, but they're digging some of the fuel out and they were using it to as fuel for cooking fires. So that the equivalent of that, I think, is potentially possible with the Russians right now, especially as they start running out of stuff wholesale everywhere. Um, yeah, that which brings me back to uh, those strikes. All those small refineries that we're talking about in Krasnodar. Those are also the ones that are producing the diesel and petrol that is fueling both their logistics and the front line. That's where most of it's coming from. So so we're now, not only are we stressing the supply line itself, we have just hit the places that are producing the fuel, so that the trip to get the fuel to take it where it needs to go has gotten even longer by probably at least several hundred kilometers. And those diminishing sources, they're now competing with everything else, including the bottomless demand of Moscow and St. Petersburg. All of those Russians who up to this point haven't really been affected particularly by the war, and who are now really about to feel it. It is going to hit home. And I saw images of lines someplace north. I don't think it was Moscow, but the implication was it was somewhere inside of the Moscow, St. Peter's, the northern, the White Russia halo. The places that are key to Putin's support, political support that he's been trying to protect, is that the shortages have gotten to where they're starting to happen there more frequently. There's actually a map out there. I've got to look, see if I can find it, that has that shows the different oblasts and how long or how recently they have started seeing fuel shortages. I'm gonna have to see if I can dig that up. but there's more and more territory, Russian territory, that is showing up like that. Though at this point, the people making the map may be having trouble, you know, keeping up with the news and identifying, how quickly different places are running out, because it's happening very quickly. And that's one of the sense that I get, is that everything is spinning up right now. It feels like we're accelerating.
It absolutely feels like it's accelerating, and I think that that your sense of that is probably maybe caused like where mine is, which is these mid-range strikes that have been added to everything. I mean, for a long time. Well, plus the the absolute increase in the rate of the strategic strikes that they're able to do at the same time. But the size
Yeah.
and the duplicity of the major strikes that they're able to be doing at the same time are pretty impressive. Well, very impressive, and I
Yeah.
think that makes if so. You're used to tracking, used to watching your 5 or 10 minutes worth of individuals being hunted down by the 225th or Signum or whoever, right? Yeah, we all do it. We get what's going on with that. The excitement there, the diplomacy, and we've been watching the strategic strikes tick along like a drumbeat of refineries falling once a week or something like that. But the rate of that's picked up. What we used to see daily from the videographers at the USF folks, and now all these mid-range strikes. I mean, these the FP2s and the hunting with the AI equipped Hornets, and
Yep.
it's plus they're not using Ludis as much, but the FP2s and the Hornets and the other small drones that they're trying out, like the what's a Helix or whatever. All these Western manufacturers, it seems now, are in trying out their own little loitering munition or small drone, and some of them are doing very well.
Ooh, pick me, pick me. Yeah, get out of the battlefield, trot it
Well,
out,
that
see what it
tag,
does,
that tag,
blow up a
battle
few trucks.
tested in Ukraine, is going to be a massive selling point.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, it is, and just and here's another thing, and this is apropos of some of the research I was doing today. One of the things that I was creatively wasting a lot of my time with after getting home from work today was trying to get a handle on the proximate risk of Putin trying to extend the conflict horizontally. And here's the theory. The theory is that with everything going so badly as it is, that Putin pulls together some resources, you know, takes some troops that are already in place, throws some additional ones into it, and proceeds to set off in an adventure in Estonia. And so what I've been doing is I've been wargaming worst case scenarios with that. What happens if that if Russia decides to do that, somehow magically pulls 100,000 additional troops out of their ass, along with what they've got in Leningrad Oblast and with the forces that they already have in the area and in Kaliningrad, and they try to go seize Narva, and from there try to work their way along the Baltic coast, push down to connect everything up to Kaliningrad. The idea there is they create chaos, they create uncertainty, and they do things which hopefully, from Putin's viewpoint, create instability and opportunity that the Russians can exploit to pull their ass out of the crack it's in right now. So the short the short answer is from the analysis I've been doing so far, it won't work. But that doesn't mean that they aren't going to try it. But everything that we're doing right now, everything that we're seeing right now, with the tremendous reductions in the availability of fuel, and with how porous Russian air defense has become, uh, suggests to me that the event horizon, the opportunity, the window of opportunity for Putin to do that is probably closing very rapidly. that with the campaign that we're looking at right now that the Ukrainians are carrying out, we're at between 50. We'll say we'll split difference. We're going to say between 50 and 60% of their refining capability is offline now. At the rate at which Ukraine has been blowing shit up, that we may be looking at them knocking out another 10 to 15%. That's pretty much what's left west of the Urals sometime over the next 3 to 4 weeks. Like they could do that potentially at the current operational tempo that they're at, and Siersky and Zelensky and everybody else have already been intimating that that they're about to make things very unpleasant for Russia. So and and we haven't even gotten the FP7s and FP9s in play yet. So uh, I'm really wondering what happens when how things play out when that happens. Um, because there's stuff that Ukraine hasn't really had the resources to reach out to necessarily. That they start having FP7s and FP9s in numbers. Well, the FP7s are going to be things that are going to hit stuff out basically about as far as Rostov. But yeah, there are bridges across the Don there that I've been asking the gods that are for months to drop into the river. I want to see those bridges drop, the rail bridges, and there's actually vehicle bridges as well. That would put a crimp into things. They have to build pontoon bridges in Russian territory so they can move their own stuff. That would be delicious.
Delicious.
So we're going to see interesting things, but my general sense is I was arguing with a friend today about this who's absolutely certain that Russia's going to do something and NATO's not going to be able to respond effectively. That Russia's going to be able to put too much force in place, and that was part of why I was going through
Well,
this
if I
exercise.
did, you figure this into your little calculation? If Russia did something like escalate the way you're talking about, escalate to attack NATO, such that they could get something that they want out of the whole deal, right? Everything up. If they decided to do that,
Yeah.
have you considered the fact that NATO would only need to possibly do one thing, two things actually, in order to significantly eliminate Russia's capacity to fight, and that would be, even though it's not the same territory, if NATO did a NATO style attack on both the Belarus refineries, the very large ones that are keeping
Mm,
Russia in the game now of fuel supply. If they hit those two, you know, as a response. I mean, I don't know that well, I probably would game that in, right? That the only thing to do to make sure that Russia can't really effectively operate that offensive might be to run them out of fuel. And if you knocked out the two biggest refineries that are now keeping Russia afloat, with all of their capacity knocked off, and look, I've been doing the numbers while you were talking, and it is of the top 10 refineries, 50% of the capacity of those top 10 refineries is cold right now. And
yeah.
if you look deeper into it, which I'll do when we're off air, after we're done with hot and cold, because I've done them all. But your number of 60% now is looking a lot better than it was. When I was still saying 50 was a reach. 50 is not a reach, folks. Razan, list them off. Kurishi, number 2, offline, totally cold. Razan, totally cold. 5 strikes on it. Not likely to see it operating for a while, I suggest. Kostovo, remember Kostovo over Nizhny Novgorod? Forgot about that one, didn't you?
Hmm.
Totally offline, cold. Yaroslavl, hot on the south corner. Probably I gave it half rated because the flares operating and at least one crude unit looks to have process heaters going. 50%. Volgograd, same thing. I'm going to give it 50%, but that is an absolute reach because the process heaters, only the flares showing, and no process heater area, stuff at all, and the associated petrochemical plants cold. Perm, I give it 100%, even though we know it was struck in that one column and probably hurt. I'll just say give it the full amount, whatever. Moscow looks to be running up okay. Angarsk way out near Kursk, no, can't even hit it online. Gazprom Neftekin Salavat hasn't been hit for a long time, so it's going. 10 million is on, and Omsk, of course. But of those 5 refineries that are struck in there, you've got about half of the capacity of that top 10. So it's a if I wanted to take on NATO right now and I was Russia, I'd make damn sure that I had all the fuel I needed, assuming that the pipeline got shut off to Belarus, because the first thing I'd do if I was NATO is ring up Lukashenko and say, "Hey, buddy, it's all on right now. It's all on, and the strikes are about to hit your refineries in about 3 seconds. Are you willing to totally cut Russia off of supply of fuel, or do we need to do it for you?"
Yeah. Well, there's also there's a kind of a sideways that way that they could do it is they could actually just simply blow a bunch of bridges, and that would do most of the same thing
And
because there just simply isn't enough road availability or truck transport to move everything that would need to leave Belarus to get into Russia.
And be
There just
phenomenally
ain't.
smart, right? Be phenomenally smart and ambitious about what you're attempting to do, given what we know the state of Russian air defense. Russian air defense
Yeah,
is fucking garbage, Smokey.
yeah, yeah. So you go hit all the places where they ain't, and you take away their ability to deliver stuff, and then it becomes pretty much moot. Um, yeah. So we're looking at, like, we're looking at 3 to 4 weeks to Russia not only just not being able to deliver fuel, but Russia not being able to create fuel for their not just their war machine, but also for their most of the civilian economy. Because I'm pretty certain that anything that is coming from Belarus, most of it's probably going in Moscow. Um, they may be they're probably going to have to rethink that and start sending some of that elsewhere to try to keep the trucks running and to power the logistics and try to get some fuel to their armor at the front. But all that stuff that they do, that's going to come under the same mid-range uh, interdiction that everything else is right now, only worse.
And I'll just comment.
So
I'll just make on air the joke I made in the background the other day, because now they're talking the Ukrainian side and looking at things. They're talking about the mid-range strike campaign potentially taking on and taking fire control over the M4 highway north from Rostov to Moscow. That main supply route that that we call the Yevgeny Prigozhin Memorial Highway.
yeah, yeah,
That's
that's
in my new list of peace conditions for Russia, that they rename that highway formally the Yevgeny Prigozhin Memorial Highway.
yeah. If if the Ukrainians are able to establish well, the thing is, if they can establish fire control over the highway, they will also be establishing fire control over the railway. And one of the things that I've particularly enjoyed is all of these down the throat shots we see of the Ukrainian drones running into these traction engines. The both electric and diesel. Now that's another thing that I haven't looked at. I haven't done some rail analysis recently. I should see what Prune 60 has been doing. Um, what she said recently. I don't think she's done a lot of rail stuff. I need to look into that. But one of the things that Russia may be running into also, between a combination of sabotage and fuel being affected, is that they may be having problems with electrical generation for a lot of their rail lines, or at least delivering electrical power to their rail lines. And we know that they've had to be, in some places, they've had to be relying a lot more heavily on their diesel, which they've only got a third the diesel engines as they have the electric. And we know that also that rolling stock is increasingly in poorer and poorer repair over time. There was in poor repair 2 years ago. I can scarcely imagine what it's like now. That also might be one of the reasons why we aren't seeing a lot of trains moving through the occupied territory, is that they can't afford to risk engines anymore in places where they could potentially be hit. They may be down. They may be looking at. They may be worried at that level about, the rolling stock. Just simply having it reduced too critically, that they don't have enough even in places outside of the range of that 200-kilometer halo, which may be turning into a 300-kilometer halo. We don't know. We'll see.
True.
It's.
I see Dryfly's joined us. Dryfly, chip in.
Hello, guys. I was just going to real quick jump in about Smokey's comment on the Baltics. I just want people to remember, I agree with everything he says. And there's just a lot of comments lately. We're going to hear a ton of rhetoric out of the Russians, threatening this and threatening that. When you can consider the list of things that they have been threatening over the last 2 months. They're going to attack from Belarus. They're going to have a new front from the Chernihiv direction. They're going to mobilize. They're going to use tactical nukes. They're going to attack Finland. They're going to attack the Baltics. They're going to attack out of Königsberg. I mean, we've heard it over and over. All this
They're going
kind of
to
stuff.
attack manufacturers that are helping in
Yes,
Germany and Denmark.
right. Absolutely. All of this stuff. The thing people need to understand, it's all possible. Even the tactical nukes, it's possible. There's a greater than zero chance that it will happen. But understand, and it's important that we all understand this, that it's first and foremost a psyop, an effort on the part of them to get us to chicken out, to pull support from Ukraine, to make it more favorable for them to win in negotiations, to have Ukraine crumble, to have the governments in the West collapse. All of that stuff. That is standard operating procedure for the old Soviet model that Putin has adopted and kept alive and well. They want to win the fight without a shot. They want to get what they want, but they want to get everything that they can possibly get at the negotiating table. And the worse it gets for them, the more frantically they're going to throw this shit out. So I'm not discounting that any of it is impossible. I think it's all possible. But understand first and foremost that it is a psyop, a propaganda effort, and they are trying to get us to crack so they don't have to fight the hard
And
fight.
and isn't the appropriate response to Russia needs to start worrying about what's going to get done to them.
Oh,
Russia has
100%.
the
100% right.
inferior. People should be talking about now on. Well, they're probably keeping their powder dry, but the if Ukraine can fly drones and missiles in formation to St. Petersburg and take out strategic facilities during a conference when basically everybody knows those two, the two are at war already. Russia needs to worry about the fact that its air defense is garbage. And as I say, if Russia started any shit and NATO took an assertive approach to shutting that down incredibly quickly by going after logistics facilities, bridges, everything Smokey's talking about, right? Russia is not in a position to militarily win a confrontation with NATO. They are in a position to start some shit with NATO, but if NATO makes it clear and everybody is willing to essentially address Russia as the risk it is, which is, we're in fire on warning time with Russia. Russia starts some shit kinetically with NATO. Don't spend 1 second sitting back thinking, "Oh, is this real?" or "Should we do any response?" You should be responding already with the uh, rules of engagement that already sit in each of the command offices of the defense forces of NATO there, right? Don't be paralyzed. Act immediately on the orders that you're already given, and rest assured, sure, Russia could do anything, but NATO can do anything to Russia too, and that's the foot standing we ought to be on. And Russia should be very, very, very worried about what's going to happen to it and start negotiating, which it will soon. The propagandists are now talking about, holy shit, they're doing this stuff to us. I love how Skabeva and Solovyev and all these people are talking about these strategic strikes as if they just started last week when they hit St. Petersburg. Folks, these have been going on since late 2022, early 2023, certainly. And the refinery strikes in particular have this we're going to fucking dismantle Russia's capability to make money activity literally started at the end of 2023. So I can't believe that they've finally taken this long to talk about it, but they're now openly talking on the propagandists about what we known has been happening for more than 2 years. And if they're talking about it now, they're one step closer to saying, holy shit, where the public is at, because look at the public statements. These people, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening to us. And oh, how long is this going on? This is like hell. I've got 3 nights sleep I haven't got. Hey, welcome to Ukraine's situation for the past 4.5 years, Russians. And as that builds up, Russians are now openly lamenting the fact that war has come home to them. So the propagandists are acknowledging that war is upon them and wondering now how bad it will get. And the economists and everybody who's already been weighing in are saying this is unaffordable, unsustainable. There are people in positions of power in Russia that are suggesting that the war should stop. So, but all the time, the folks at the concentrated at the top are going to escalate to do exactly what Dryfly said, because it's right out of the KGB workbook. Escalate to resolve at the negotiating table, but willing to do all the horror. Right? Russia's entire negotiation position is, we'll do anything. We're creating such absolute horror and fear. If you just want the horror and fear to stop, you better give us everything we want. Otherwise, it's going to continue. That's their negotiating position. You have to stand up strong to that and punch it right in the fucking face. Dryfly?
100% agree. And it's not that it's impossible that these other things can't happen. Okay, it's not a zero probability that they're going to be a second front in Belarus, or they're going to invade Finland or the Baltics or something. There are always non-zero probabilities, but understand the actual modus operandi that they operate under, and that's exactly it. It's the old KGB playbook, and it goes back to Trotsky, Lenin, and Dzerzhinsky. That was how they ran the Red Civil War. That was how they conquered back most of the land they lost at the Treaty of Brest, or whatever the hell it was, that treaty. They Brest-Litovsk. Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely the standard operating procedure. You know, they took the worst of the Russian attitudes and then put it on steroids under Marxist Leninism, and that's the world Putin grew up in. So while I'm not saying to ignore it and do nothing, we should be absolutely in preparation mode. We should be preparing for the worst. The Latvian, Lithuanian, the Baltics should absolutely be preparing to hang on, like, by their fingernails, while the West figures out what they're going to do. The Ukrainians clearly have a plan for if there's a second front. It's pretty clear the Finns and the Swedes have a plan for if there's a front up there. And just about everybody that's affected has a plan if they mobilize. Okay. Tactical nukes, they're a little bit more tricky, but they're also a lot scarier for the Russians. So I consider that to be the least likely of the escalate to de-escalate. But as we talked before, we know there really are red lines. There are real red lines in Russia with the use of nuclear weapons. The question is, where are they? And they're a lot farther back than we were told in 2022. They're there, but they're way far back. And what people in the West need to do and need to understand more than anything is that it's probably going to get hairier before it gets better. And we just have to be really, really strong psychologically and ask our political people to be strong diplomatically, not back down, not do stupid stuff, keep the pressure on, do what works, and make it clear to the Russians they are not going to get everything they want. So the sooner they back out and get to a reasonable exit, the sooner that they have a chance of saving their country, or they won't save it. It will then truly be behind the event horizon, and God only knows what happens then to them. But I just wanted to remind that because you hear there's so much stuff floating around right now about they're going to do this or they're going to do that or they're going to do this, and you're exactly right. The key thing needs to be is what are we going to do to them, and more importantly, what is what is Magar going to do to them? Because it's going to get real in the next couple months, I think. And I will listen. Thank you.
Yeah. Russia, you should head for the exits now, because you'd better hope we hold Ukraine back once they're really doing it to you at some point, because that's where you're headed. Yeah. And this is why we talk about this every day, right? Because the key is that is what's happening from Russia. They are escalating their language and their rhetoric and volume, and they're trying to play on the stupid who haven't, or the ignorant who haven't been paying at all attention to the Russian threat, or specifically the modus operandi this entire last 4.5 years of Russia. If you've been turned off or only just tuning in now to this issue, that's the folks we got to make sure that we get the point across. Russia may be threatening, but they couldn't possibly withstand the hurting that NATO is going to put on them if they try any shit outside of Ukraine. And they'd best start trying to get to the negotiating table in Ukraine quicker rather than later, because Ukraine's about to have a big piece of your ass, Russia. They really need to start worrying about what's happening to them, what's gonna happen to them, rather than threatening these just grandiose, absurd claims. That Ukraine need to give up all the fortress cities, or we'll reset and go after Sumy and Kharkiv as well, like they said, months ago. It just That's bullshit. You're weak as piss. Start heading for the exits, or uh, we won't lay off, or we won't get Ukraine to lay off. We'll just help spur them along once they're really after you. Monica?
Good morning, gentlemen. Yeah, I think these, suggestions that Russia is going to invade a NATO country or attack a NATO country or use tactical nukes are garbage. That being said, it is logical that Russia will take steps eventually to counteract this, incredible advantage Ukraine has right now in the medium and frankly tactical drone space. Um, they will close the gap somewhat. I do think it's going to take a very long time for Russia to materially improve its drone defense. Coming up with a defense to what Ukraine is doing is very, very difficult. Defending against drones is difficult for everybody. Ukraine is honestly in a class by itself in drone defense. Nobody in the world can touch what they can do. And Russia is pretty far behind on that. It's going to take them a long, long time to develop the technology and to scale it to the point where they can defend all their targets. And, this is where, and you guys have discussed this many times, Smokey and Will and others on this space, Russia's vastness plays against it. I mean, there's just too much to defend. And them coming up with a defensive solution is just going to take a really long time. And Ukraine's going to blow up a lot of frickin' trucks in the meantime until they come up with a defensive solution. Where I do think Russia can make some headway in the intermediate time frame is kind of responding in kind to what Ukraine is doing. And Ukraine has to know this is coming, that Russia is also going to try to scale up on their tactical and medium drones. Not that they aren't launching a lot of drones, they are, but I think they can be more effective and kind of follow what Ukraine has done. and theoretically launch thousands of drones a day into Kyiv, and Russia has no qualms about committing war crimes and targeting civilians. And I think the Ukrainians know this, and they have to be planning for the worst. So I do think there is a likelihood that Russia will succeed in scaling up their offensive drone game, even though I think defending against what Ukraine's doing is incredibly difficult and would be for anyone.
Yeah, and that little point you just made there, Monica, I think I want to elaborate just a tiny bit. What you said with arguably with the tactical drones, that the USF or sorry, the Syrskyi has come out and stated that they have a tactical first-person drone advantage in numbers over Russia right now, which is 1.5 to 1, which is what you were suggesting there. I think that very possibly is true now.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I saw the same thing. And where all else being equal, and this is one of the reasons why I actually wouldn't like to see a ceasefire, is that Ukraine has a definitive advantage right now over Russia, both tactically and with the intermediate range drones, and that the nature of that advantage, combined with the deep strikes that Ukraine is doing, is such that it is significantly hindering Russia's ability to come up with counters to what Ukraine is doing. So it's kind of like, think of it as here's a concept called breakaway. Breakaway is a point in a system where the self-reinforcing characteristics of one dimension of it are such that the normal friction that would hinder it no longer prevents it from expanding. So in this case, I think with Ukraine is that their advantage with drone technology and how it is being applied and the effect that it is having on Russia's ability to function, to keep its army moving is at a point where Ukraine has, if they haven't already, is very close to achieving breakaway. That they will have such a significant technological and tactical advantage that it will be impossible for Russia to keep up with it, to adjust to it under current conditions. Lexicon, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, really great. And the discussions everywhere are getting excellenter and excellenter. So, clearly the two guys that are really on the holy shit, things are moving fast track are Jason and Chuck Farr, who have been doing it for a while. But like 2 weeks ago,
You're breaking up, Lexicon. I think you need to find just one place to sit down where we can hear you. Can anybody hear me?
No, I lost Lexicon after she mentioned Chuck Farr and said that the people to follow are Jason J. Smart and Chuck Farr. Yeah, or you could basically come listen to Volya Radio every day. I love it when people come on here and tell everybody's doing it better than we are. Because, but whatever, it's fine.
I know Chuck thinks we're doing
Chuck
pretty
thinks
well.
we're doing okay. Yeah, so that's good. But you're right. With regard to this thing starting to steamroll and moving fast. I've heard numbers of commentators mention that. And look, 13 minutes ago, I shouldn't have got into this business, Smokey, because the Nizhny refinery in Tardistan was also struck, and there is new, really, really big fire at one of the process units there. This is going to be horrendously big.
Nimsky can't square.
Nizhny, which is a major refinery in Kazan, and it's just north of it is a major petrochemical plant that makes precursor for the Alabuga drone factory just across the river. So this is one of the refineries that I love seeing hit, Smokey. So Nizhny, since we're playing hot or cold right now, I'm going to go with very hot, given the video. that's available. I'm going to go very, very hot. Nizhny is down. Novoshakhtinsk, Kupiansk, Ryazan, Utas. It's well down the list. But it. No, this is Tanako, Tardistan. Sorry, it's not tiny. This is not tiny at all. 8.7. It's in the top 16. It's 13th, and 8.7, and it's right across. As I say, this is the important part of it. Isn't just its size. It's right across the river and provides material. The petrochemical plant adjacent to it provides material for the Yellow Buga drone factory.
Nice. Lexicon, you want to try again?
Yeah, I returned to my cell. Is it okay from here?
Yep, all good.
All right, back in your hole. Yeah, that was just one of my usual long introductions to say that, it's getting clearer and clearer on the spaces and everywhere. So one of the things they're discussing is anything getting clear to Vladimir Putin? Because, they talk about how his intelligence has been farmed out to one of these cartels, of course, and he doesn't have enough competing ones, etc. But anyway, gradually, something's going to have to, or what if something becomes clear to Putin? Yes. A factor that some of them, let's say Phillips O'Brien's line, that the one thing the Trump factor has been bent on is getting a good deal for Putin and his family and Trump's family. So the only thing, if Putin ever figures this out, the only friend he's got left is Donald Trump. At any rate, he is going to, I agree with people that he's going to try something on negotiations and it's going to be complete horseshit. But he has got that one ally who also, I think, has not got the means. Trump has not got the leverage on Ukraine anymore. But I agree that the disinformation is going to be will just increase the unit size of how it's flowing, and the and the pretense that they'll attack absolutely everywhere. I'm just wondering, so how do we foresee when it gets clearer to Russia and when it tries the disinfo, more of it, more shit shoveled over Trump's side? What are the possibilities that, because I don't believe, yeah, I agree that Ukraine does not want a ceasefire. They're not going to want a ceasefire. In my view, they never wanted a ceasefire. And all these notions that, Ukraine has finally realized that they can't really work with Trump. Phillips O'Brien was saying this stuff. The rest of it was good, but his jazz about how his paternalistic shit that Ukraine gradually came to realize that it couldn't rely on Trump and would have to rely on its own capabilities and would have to build these itself. To me, Ukraine's been playing the 3D chess the whole way through, and we watched it step by step. We were never freaked out by anything Zelensky said that appeared compromising because, at the same step by step, we saw what he was having to counter and what he was doing on the other side, on his own side. So my view is just that there's going to be this kind of effort. But I also think that Ukrainians know they're not going to get this close to seeing how well they're doing and how fast, what an accelerating pace they're doing it at, as Adam always likes to say, that they would, if they didn't buckle then, there's no way Ukraine's buckling now. So I'm going to mostly listen because I'm going to be walking through the unreliable corridors towards Snedanuk. Back to you guys.
Sounds like a lovely walk you're having there. Glad to hear it. Yeah, the whole dynamic with Trump and everything else like that, and actually just an aside, going back to the analysis I was doing about Russia trying to do some sort of provocation with NATO. One of my base assumptions was that the United States walks away and refuses to honor somebody invoking Article 5. So that this is the outcomes that I was looking at and figuring on was that the EU and the remaining NATO members were dealing with Russia entirely or on their own, and it still didn't work out very well. So if the United States is still involved if Russia does something, in spite of Trump's resistance, there's not a lot that Russia's going to be able to do. But back to acceleration, I'm trying to get a handle right now on just when what they well, it's like trying to find the triple point of some fluid or gas. Um, the point at which the system kind of flips and it becomes impossible for Russia to continue moving forward. I'm not sure where that is right now. Um, and part of it is just simply for all of the harm that Ukraine is doing to the Russians right now. Russia is still a really big beast, and it's got many heads and many legs and many bodies, um, and they aren't necessarily functioning or collaborating with one another at any given moment. So we could potentially have a collapse in Crimea and Kherson, and the Russians pull the line back. And there are ways in which Putin and the Siloviki might actually find a way to characterize that as like a win for them somehow. I don't know how they do that, but I could imagine them trying to do that. Um, but at some point, and here's one of the key factors that we haven't talked a lot about, and that's the economic one. We know, yeah, how many times, how many years have we been talking about the sovereign wealth fund, Will? um,
Well,
it
three, because as they started knocking out refineries, been talking about how long it'll be before they run them out of euros and dollars.
yeah, and they're now at the point, pretty much. I'm fairly sure that anything that is liquid in that fund is gone, and the only thing that really is left is like oil stocks, and this, and Russia is trying to sell a certain amount of Rosneft, if I recall right now. So they're trying to find people to buy stuff, and I'm assuming that
Lukoil, trying to buy part of Lukoil.
they're trying to buy part of Lukoil, and and they're not really finding anybody willing to pay any money for it. Surprise, surprise. Somebody pays money for it, buys it, and Putin immediately turns around and renationalizes it. Wash, rinse, repeat, find some other sucker to buy it again. Um, I don't think it'll make it very far. And here's the thing: is that I don't think they're going to be able to do it fast enough. It's the degree to which Russia's hemorrhaging cash and resources right now is so massive that I, I can't imagine any way that they're going to be able to do it. That they're going to have a default. I'm not certain. I don't have a sense right now how soon that will be, but at some point they're going to reach a point where they're not going to be able to pay their troops, and they're going to have, and it's going to be they're going to not they're going to be able to they're going to just simply not pay them, or they're just simply going to start printing money. And when that happens, that's the point at which we enter into hyperinflation. And that'll be especially true if Putin continues to try to hold down the Russian prime rate, that's being established by the central bank. So the base interest rates. It's the same thing as Trump trying to force the Fed to reduce rates. It's highly inflationary because it ignores the other pressure on the currency and everything else that's going on. But at some point, this is going to become a really critical factor in what's going on here, because part of what so far has really been a big piece of what has permitted Russia to be able to mobilize the force that it has is these huge promises that they've been making to the people who they have been putting into arms. That where they're offering people up front the equivalent of, like, 3 to 5 years wages or more to join the army and to go to Ukraine. Now, obviously, there's a lot of shenanigans that they're pulling, that where they're finding ways to try to cheat people out of that. And then there's also just simply the endemic corruption inside of the Russian military, where the officers are telling these guys, hey, look, you're going to sign your bonus over to me, or I'm going to put you in a meat wave, and that's all she wrote. And so we're looking at a situation where that just simply they're not going to be able to push enough water into the pump fast enough to sustain the bubble. And I don't know when that's going to happen, but I think that's in terms of the economic progression that we're going to see. I think that bubble popping, the economic bubble popping, is maybe one of the next steps. That may be one of the next major events that we see, and it reduces the financial energy that Russia has available in order to be able to move things. So, but going back to what we were talking about with the Baltics and everything else like that, that window, the window that Russia has to be able to pull something like this off and to try to do something with it is closing very rapidly, and not just simply because of the economics, but also just simply because of what's happening with the available resources just to move troops around. And what was there was an additional thought that I was having.
Well, I'll just add some color to what you were saying about recruitment earlier there. That despite the bonuses that Russia will pay, 2 million, 3 million rubles if you're in St. Petersburg, or write off, and this is the real deal, write off up to 140,000 US dollars worth of debt that you've accrued as you join, which is better than a bonus because not only is the value bigger, it literally writes off debt that's bleeding you right now. So this seems to be the last big economic push for Russia. It's only just been started after these numbers that I'm going to tell you have come in, but that if that program doesn't pump this up, then they're running out of mercenaries because in the first quarter of 2026, 71,200 people received one-time enlistment bonuses for signing military service contracts, which is one of the primary numbers from the Russian Defense Ministry of Defense that we've been following for years to see whether or not, what their recruitment numbers are like. That is down from 2025, same period year on year, 20%. And this is why if that number, 71,200, isn't at least 90,000 people a quarter, Russia's going backwards in the size of troops. And all of 2025 was 10% down on all of 2024, despite the ramping up of bonuses all through those periods in the regions. They're just running out of mercenary meat, Smokey. We're going to have to be down to another general mobilization, or they need to drastically rethink their method of fighting in Ukraine.
Well, here's a place with some of the research I've been doing where this shows up practically and tangibly. Let's think about the troops that they have garrisoning Kherson across the river from the city. Now, they've got about somewhere in the order of about 25,000 troops there, more plus or minus some. And most of those are actually in units that are significantly under strength, like 40 to 60% under strength. And here is one of the other things that I discovered, doing some research looking at this, is something on the order of 40% of that force is actually in artillery. It's in artillery or air defense. So the actual strength, the actual frontline strength of what's left is probably less than 12 to 15,000 troops. This is actual infantry and armor that are actually there. And this is including what they've pulled off of the Kinburn Peninsula. So what's the upshot there?
So these folks are all arrayed between Pokrovsk and Kamyansky in Zaporizhia?
This is from Kamyansky to the Kinburn Spit.
All right, fair
This
enough.
is
And what was
this is
that number again?
I'd say that my guesstimate is that there's about 25,000 total, and of those, something like 40% are artillery or air defense.
But yeah, so that's pretty thin.
That's extraordinarily thin. That's almost transparently thin, because you're talking about a front. You're talking about a front that's almost 100 kilometers across, and you're holding it with that small a number of people. So in terms of, fan fiction, in terms of places where Ukraine might decide to walk in, that's one of them. There are lots of places they could cross. I've done, thinking about analysis. I've thought about them crossing at Nova Kakhovka. I've thought about them that Ukraine still has a small bridgehead at the end of the Antonovsky Bridge on the south bank of the Dnipro. They've actually been holding that there just for almost 2 years. It's just outside of
So they
Oresky.
haven't abandoned that position. The
No,
living
they have not.
underneath the buttresses of the end of the bridge across the Dnipro there.
Yeah, they still have it. So they still have a lodgment there. So it is within, and this is where the weakening of logistics, removing, you're talking about reducing their available resources for ammunition. They're reducing their resources for fuel. There's a drone unit there that is part of what's been doing the human safari in Kherson. They are now, I'm sure, they are having problems getting enough replacement drones. We've already been hearing some about this. So this is a location where they are significantly under strength. And what's across the river from that? 4
Well,
Ukrainian Marine brigades. So these are the people who are, they have been trained to cross water obstacles. And they've been raiding back and forth across the Dnipro for often, pretty much continuously for the last 2 years. So, you know, I've said earlier that I don't think that Ukraine is going to fight their way through Russian defenses as much as they're just simply going to walk over them. And this is one possibility. One scenario that we could see, especially with everything collapsing the way they have. We've already had one regiment that has pretty much just simply said, nope, we're out of here, and have abandoned the Kinburn Peninsula, which is, well, it's significant. It is significant because it means that the Russians cannot, from that place, interfere with Mykolaiv. That it actually potentially opens up that port again for the use by Ukraine, which is significant. It's about, I think it's about 50 or 60 kilometers, of territory, and it's the usable portion of it that you can actually move on, is at most maybe 5 or maybe 10 kilometers at the most in width, and most of it's a lot narrower than that. So strategically, it doesn't make a lot of difference, because you can't really you can't leverage a lot from it. But if you have it, you get to a point where you this force is just, it's almost transparent at this point. It's so thin. You get to a point where you've degraded their effectiveness to where, even as thin as they are at, only 25 or 30% readiness, because they do not have fuel, they do not have ammunition, their morale is in the tank. And these the 3 or 4 Ukrainian Marine brigades on the other side of the river decide to take all of the amphibious armor which they have. And this is where most of, people need to remember that the BMP 1s and 2s and things like that, and there's a lot of other stuff that Ukraine has gotten from the EU, that is actually can swim, that and this is where all of that armor is gone. It's basically mostly in the hands of these units, and they've been using this stuff. So they decide to cross the river right now. There is very little that the Russians are going to be able to do to stop it, especially if we look forward, another 2 to 3 weeks. And I'm sure the MOD is thinking about this, because they do that, and then they're able to either put together a pontoon ferry or actually just simply bridge with a pontoon bridge. They bridge the space at the Antonovsky Bridge, and then proceed to move one of the mechanized assault brigades across. Basically, at this stage, there's a very good chance that the Ukrainians could pretty much roll everything up from the defenses across the isthmus at Crimea all the way to Melitopol. Well, that they could probably pretty much clear almost all of Kherson Oblast south of the Dnipro if they did that. So this is one of the things that I'm
But
watching
okay,
for. And
so
this is,
how many? What troop size is necessary to do that on Ukraine's side in order to carry? Because take and hold the areas that you just talked about.
oh, they've already got pretty close to what they need for it. Just simply you look at the drone advantage plus the Marine Brigade's total. This is one of the things I've been wargaming. Um, they've got about 15,000 on the north side of the river, and they've also got organic artillery resources, which do not need to move with them because they've got a natural defense that the Dnipro that they can fire over. So they can between the drone units the Ukrainians have and the organic artillery that's on the north side of the river, they can pretty much interdict. They can control the battle space on the south side of the river, where all of these Russians are, and all they need to do is they need to get just local superiority in one spot and to be able to move sufficient force across. And once they crack that, there isn't anything behind the defenses the Russians have at the riverbank. There just really isn't. They don't have any strength there. They have got no reserve. They've got no maneuver force. Everything that could react pretty much is all the way over in Zaporizhia, fighting around Kamiansky or trying to
Yeah,
take
and
Orchestra.
here's the thing I don't know at all because I don't see anybody's focused on it yet. We've looked at the defensive fortification structure of the Surovikin line extensively over in the Zaporizhia area and further east, Pokrovsk, all the areas through there. What's the defensive fortification positions like from, you know, Hola Pristana to the east to Kamiansky?
It's nowhere near as sophisticated or as developed.
Right, because you got the
That
river there and all this drone protection, and then
once
we're assuming that Ukraine was never going to try cross there, so they didn't do the
once you
extensive fortifications like they did east.
once you get past the Oleski Sands, to the south of the Oleski Sands, you are pretty much past all of the constructed Russian defenses. And the thing is, you don't have the Russians will not have in another week or two. They will not have the ability to move a large number of troops quickly in order to be able to address some sort of Ukrainian breakout. And the other aspect of this is that the Russians who are in place will not really have the ability to maneuver. They don't. You were talking about artillery and air defense and logistics. Rear command. That they will not necessarily have the fuel to move the equipment that they have in order to be able to address or react to a Ukrainian crossing. So it's like I'm just waiting. In some ways, I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop. And this is just one place. We haven't talked about what's happening around Kamiansky,
And yeah, so
which
that's where I want to go next. I said I noted yesterday when I was on that I hadn't heard that much about it, and I went digging, and from the Russian side, I haven't heard much from the Ukrainian side. Keep quiet about good news, probably,
yep.
because the Russian side has just basically rewritten their maps, and some of the places that we were
Hmm.
talking about being under contest, Stepova in particular, look to have just been
Yep.
lost. No more discussion about Plavny at all, and clearly they also show Ukraine in contact at Kamyansky.
Well, it's not just in contact at Kamyansky. They've actually occupied a significant fraction of Kamyansky, that north of that river, north of that drainage. So
Right.
they're about to push them. The Ukrainians are about to push them out of Kamyansky,
Well,
and
I
off the
don't know
bat.
about that bit. I don't know about that bit, but I know that the Russian observers, the mill bloggers, are very concerned about the numbers of now forces that are showing up across the way north of Kamyansky and Stepova or Stepneve.
Well, I've been following for weeks. I have been following and been aware that there's at least 3 battalions of Ukrainian special operations in that sector, somewhere north of 50, between 1,500 and 2,000 separate special operations, Ukrainian
Yeah, and
special operations for,
our friends from the Hur, as well as their international legion.
yeah, and that's also where Nemesis is playing. So
Yeah, they have so these three special operations groups. I think one is from the 36th. I don't remember, but they're special operators from two Ukrainian regular units. Major formations. They're special operators and the Hur operators, along with their. So it's a sizable force. Their international legion, those, as you say, those guys have been working in and around that old reservoir area, coming down through there for weeks, as you've noted, and they have plenty of drone support in that area.
yep,
And now the Russians appear to be worried about a mass movement from the north to the south, but not necessarily at Kamyansky, somewhere between there and Stepoe.
yeah, well, so basically swing around Kamyansky just slightly to the east, and there I think there may be places there where Ukraine is actually across the drainage. I don't remember the name of the creek, the drainage, the river that runs from that used to run into the reservoir through Kamyansky. But I think the Ukrainians may actually be across that at some places. And the main thing is that they need to be able uh, to maintain their supply across that. And I'm not certain what they need to secure there. I don't have the map in front of me, so I can't comment specifically about what I think they need there. But yeah, if they did, if doing around Kamyansky and heading towards Vasilivka, which is, I think that's the name of the town that's a little bit to the southwest of Kamyansky, which is
Vasilivka.
a major road junction. Vasilivka, yeah, yeah, that's the major road junction there that kind of sits in the middle of all the route of supply that goes to the north, and it goes to the west towards the nuke plants, and the folks over across the river from Kherson. It also you've got to the southeast, you've got Tokmak, to the south you've got Melitopol. So if Ukraine is able to envelop it and grab that, that creates a whole series you know, of strategic, uh, unpleasant strategic dilemmas for Russia. Now, that's in the middle of a whole bunch of fairly well developed Surovikin line defenses. There's a lot of trenches, there are a lot of defensive
Yeah,
fortifications in
so
that
the
area.
route down to Tokmak and Melitopol would be vastly heavily defended with structure wise, but west of Vasilivka, over to the Kinburn Spit, you're saying significantly reduced amount of fortifications built that way
Yeah,
because they figured the river would contain Ukraine, right?
yeah. If Ukraine is able to push the Russians off the reservoir then actually becomes a avenue by which Ukraine could actually cross the river at like Nikopol, or or further, or further to the northeast. And there are old road beds which, with a certain amount of attention by Ukrainian engineers, they could probably figure out places that it would be reasonably safe for them to be able to move equipment across. And there's a lot of there's it's funny. Apparently, the whole basin is, well, it's still pretty swampy, but it's turning into a willow break. Basically, a lot of small willows, small trees, brush, and stuff like that. So it's going green really fast in there. But there's a lot of you know of Tsarist era roadbeds that they actually built some roads across there. There used to be, I'm trying to remember, I'm forgetting the name of the town that's at the northeast, slightly west of the northeast corner of the old reservoir. That there used to actually be a major ford there, and there was a major road that crossed the basin there and headed to the south and also to the southwest. And then, of course, there's also at Nikopol, there was a ford, and there were some roads across there as well. So if Ukraine can push the Russians back from that, and then push forward their ground-based air defense to, to prevent the Russians from, dropping fabs on stuff, that becomes that creates, that's one of our our cascading events that Russia is going to be forced, as a consequence of what's going on there, to actually withdraw, pull back to better defensive lines. So I could see, if the Ukrainians break through to Vasilivka, and and potentially put some pressure across the river at Kherson, it could force the Russians to actually pull back to Crimea in the south, and Melitopol in the east, so that they actually have to shorten their lines, so that they actually become more defensible. And I'm actually fine with all of that force in Russia pulling south to the isthmus, and there's some very well developed defenses the Russians have built there that would be really, really hard to crack, even with the Russians having limited supply. But you know, it you're basically turning Crimea into an oversized prisoner of war camp. At some point, especially if, once you've got that force pushed back and bottled up in Crimea, you drop the Kerch Bridge, and that's it. You've got somewhere between 50 and 75,000 Russian troops and a whole bunch of resources sitting in Crimea, who are really not going to be capable of doing anything. So you're not going to be able to pull them out so that they can actually reinforce the line at Melitopol and Tokmak, and you can't pull them out so they can participate in offensive activity near Pokrovsk or Konstantinivka, which those are the other places, or further north in Liman. Those are the other places where Russia is still trying to push an offensive. God knows what they're going to do it with,
Well, I mean,
especially
like I
if,
say, that right now they're doing it with 1,300 deaths a day. Basically, that's where they're averaging,
yeah.
and a lot of equipment of all types, whether it's from the trucks interdicting the supply routes, or finding where artillery, particularly artillery, the numbers are still going, huge numbers, really. Lots of special equipment
Well,
yesterday. Lots and then bits and bobs, a few tanks and armored fighting vehicles each day.
it's like 10 tanks and 20 AFVs, if I recall, or close to that number.
Yeah, I mean,
So it's
when
not trivial.
Russia masses anything, they're finding it, and taking care of it. But the other roaming around back there, Magyar's birds have knocked out two more air defense systems yesterday as well, or they reported them
Two
yesterday.
more.
A Tor and a Buck.
Yeah, and Russia's had tangent Absurdistan. One of the things that I saw running across my feed is that around Moscow or
Yeah,
someplace,
yeah. Peak
Putin
Absurdistan.
had them build 7 more towers and put the functional bits of panzers on them.
Exactly. Yeah, that is peak Absurdistan. Is your air defense network is shit. So we need 7 more right here around the and and in residential on tops of resident or right in residential roof areas and or parallel with roof areas in residential zones. It's idiocy that's just waiting for more bad things to happen.
Yeah. So yeah, and that this is stuff that they need desperately elsewhere.
They do.
It's,
The Panseer is garbage, but as far as we can tell, performance wise. But regardless of that, it is Russia's premier air defense, mobile air defense system these days, and they definitely don't need more of them around Moscow.
yeah, I don't necessarily think that the quality of the system is that bad. The quality of the people using them and their understanding of how to use them, that I think probably is pretty wretched, and that's a big piece of I think why they aren't being effective. And there's also, at least any panzer that is currently, within 50 to 100 kilometers of the front is also something where anybody who is operating it is uh, a, pretty much as nervous as a three-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. They're going to be looking at what's going on around them, and they're going to be not particularly inclined to do anything that draws any attention to them because they know that the moment that they get spotted, there's going to be people with drones hunting them.
That's true, but if they're in positions where they're supposed to be defending and ready to fire, they are wow. Their fire discipline is terrible. In close these the ones
Yeah.
that are based around targets that they're supposed to use, their fire discipline is terrible, and their target
Yep.
selection is usually tends to pick up targets which are possibly their biggest threat, but they're obscured behind buildings and stuff, and their missiles end up going through apartment buildings.
Yeah. That's the training issue. Yeah. And these guys want to live, and they're going to do everything they can that they think they need to do in order to make sure that they are above ground and breathing. So that's going to lead to a whole bunch of decisions which may be good for them, but may not be really good for whatever the Russians want to achieve on a campaign basis. Um, and the same thing applies to the people who are operating tours. Yeah, we may, and it also once again they run out of fuel. The whole thing becomes moot because they one of the problems that we're dealing with here is even if this equipment is not moving because of how the systems are set up, how they operate, they need petrol to keep the engines running in order so that they can generate power for these systems. So that means they're burning fuel daily that they don't have just simply to keep the lights on. So you take away the fuel for that, and you end up with what amount to a whole bunch of paperweights that have got high explosive sitting on top of them, and that's part of one of the things that I think that they're dealing with right now, and they're probably pretty close to the point where they just not only do they not have enough fuel really to move to redeploy, they may be close to the point where they don't have enough fuel just simply to keep operating. So that's I think how dire the situation is.
But
At least any place from Tokmak west and south, I think that's probably close to the case. Towards Donetsk and in Luhansk, I don't think it's as bad, but I think it's still bad there. But to the west and south of Melitopol, I think it's becoming really critical.
And there in Crimea, of course, and with all of the activity that takes place every night, basically in Crimea, and we've seen reporters from near the Svartska Simferopol area yesterday. A young fellow reported, nightly. He's lamenting the fact that what air defense doing, kind of thing, and every night there's explosions here, and somebody needs to pull their pants up and how bad it is. And then here again today we hear the Simferopol power plant has been struck. But I'll note, and this is another peak Absurdistan item from today, that there are still real estate agents. There's one up there in the Nest Beefeater highlighted
I
that are still flogging real estate to Russians inside inside Moscow and St. Petersburg, but because you basically haven't turned on the news or read the internet recently, because despite the food shortages, the water problems, the fuel problems, the noisiness, the everything, the fear and loathing. They're still saying it's a great time to buy property in Crimea, especially right now, Smokey, because people are leaving. What
Yes,
kind of level of
funny that.
absolute pig ignorance and greediness combination would you have to be buying real estate in Crimea right now, if from Moscow, St. Petersburg area?
Well, I can think of some people who have high positions inside of the Trump administration who might be interested in trying out something like
Yeah,
this.
somebody
But
get Uday and Kusei on the phone, because I've got a Crimean real estate, a massive resort to sell them.
yeah, maybe Witless would be interested in buying some of that.
Just
Who knows?
just
But
as an
well,
aside, um, the guy
just
who's most recently recoined Uday and Kusei, the Trump sons, is Hunter
yeah.
Biden. And is it just me, or does everybody else now get up and see what Hunter Biden has said in the last 12 to 24
Oh,
hours as part of their regular activities?
I, he is savage. He is so utterly savage. He has no fucks to give. He has utterly, he's at a point right now where everything about him that was bad has already been exposed, and people can basically try to throw shade at him, and he goes, yeah, that's true. I was a drug addict. You know,
Yeah, I saw you leaving
but
your coke behind, dude. And he goes, dude, I'd never leave my drugs behind.
right, exactly.
I'd leave my children
So
behind before I'd leave my drugs behind.
yeah, so it's like, yeah, he's in an almost, in some ways, an almost invincible position to sit back and snipe at these
Yeah, I
people.
mean, so that was a major aside, because you also enjoy it so much that we could talk about it forever, but we better not. But if
Yeah,
somebody doesn't have Hunter Biden on contract to be a stalking horse alongside Gavin Newsom for the next federal election, you're missing a chance of the year.
oh, at the very least, you're missing serious
I'm
entertainment.
not saying run them.
I
I'm
will grant
saying
that.
those guys ought to be part of the messaging program. Gavin
Yeah,
Newsom isn't going to get elected president, but my God, could he actually tear strips off other candidates? I'd have him in the debates.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Maybe as one of the moderators, that would be rich. Um, anyway, back to Ukraine. Thinking about real estate and crap like that. There's as Barnum said, there's a sucker born every minute, and it's obvious that there are a lot of people who currently have access to real estate in Crimea, who are desperately trying to dump it, and they're trying to find whatever mark they can to extract the cash out of them, so that they can get out from under whatever it is that they currently own there. Because anybody who has got at least two brain cells to rub together, in Crimea, has to know that their whatever property they own has an expiration date, and the moment that Russia leaves, that any title that they might think they might have had is going to evaporate as quickly as the departure of whatever Russian column tries to head back across the Kerch Bridge.
Yeah, no
You
doubt.
know,
In fact, I mean, every Russian citizen who has purchased properties from 2014 onward had best get ready for some eminent domain.
yeah, they will lose it. They absolutely will lose it, because I'm sure there are either a lot of Ukrainians or children of Ukrainians who used to live down there who are going to be looking at that and saying, I want my grandparents' house back.
Absolutely,
And
yeah. I mean, and this isn't just being bitter and getting back at people. This is putting the slate right as far as non-aggression and no fruits of aggression being provided to the people who've moved into the area. The, they've got to get all that territory back, and anybody should have right of return. Basically, I would
yeah,
say take all the property off these folks, give them their walking papers back to Russia, and then offer anybody who of Crimean heritage, particularly Tartars, who want to go all the way back
yeah,
to the 1950s and claim land that was their property, their family's
uh,
property.
absolutely. I'm sure there's probably a line of Tartars waiting for that, and they deserve everything they can get from it, 100%. So and that's fan fiction. That's actually long term something that I'm looking forward to, is hearing about people being able to take back their heritage, and that will be a really great thing, that we can look forward to. I am very hopeful about that.
Me too. Now, missing persons is up next, and I want to go back to the lady that we haven't seen since the seen or heard from since the 2nd of June. Now, that doesn't seem like that long ago, but that's because the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum started on the 3rd of June, and it was announced at about 7 o'clock in the morning before that conference was to begin that Elvira Nabiulina, who is the central banker of Russia for a long period of time now, was not going to participate either as a speaker in her scheduled speech, nor on any of the plenary sessions to participate. She was, ghosting the whole conference, which really cuts the credibility out even before it began of the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. If you want to talk about pragmatic solutions to Russia's current situation, but look, she couldn't speak because she'd probably tell the truth. The government didn't want to embarrass her, and she's clearly looking for the exit. But there is a rule in place passed specifically when Nabiulina asked to quit her job, I believe, for the third time more than 2 years ago. They passed a piece of legislation that said nobody at her level in the government can quit without the approval of Putin. So she's in. She's still in the government. However, she has now said her term. The reports indicate that the central bank chief Elvira Nabiulina has indicated to Putin that she'd be willing to finish out her current term. I got to find out when her term ends, but only if he avoids closing the borders or declaring martial law. Well, if he calls a mobilization and doesn't close the borders, what's going to happen is going to be worse than last time, where estimated
Oh,
300,000 men between 18 and 60 fled the country. And if he declares martial law, the borders get closed, I guess, automatically. Or, let's full on war, which is, half of the speeches at the speech said it's full on war is the only way to win here. And so Nabiulina has said he can't do either of those things, or she won't finish her term. So she wants out again. I think she probably, this at this point, I think we should start looking for proof of life video.
yeah. She's needs to stay away from windows or men with umbrellas. without question. Um, yeah, that's very provocative of her to be able to do that. But I expect she's probably in a place where she's looking at her options and saying, "I ain't got none." Um, it, I'm trying to imagine what a day in her life looks like, and it's how do you deal with the level of just fabrication that she has to reckon with
Yeah,
and navigate around on a daily
yeah.
basis?
So having lived and worked in Russia for quite a while myself, and seen the mentality of these bureaucratic structures that require. So what they do is Putin goes to her, or they have one of the big central planning meetings, and he'll have Belousov there, and he'll have his prime minister there, and he'll have himself, and then they'll have across the table Nabalina and one or two of the people that work for her, and it'll be a bullying session to get her to make, to do what you're saying, fabricate some story, because you're my expert, but you're my expert here, Smokey, not to tell me the real way out of this thing. I'm going to tell you the answer, and you need to come up with the statistics and argument that the answer I've already given you is going to work,
Hmm.
and it be plausible. That's the way those conversations go. I mean, I've seen it
Yeah,
in health, safety, environment, incident investigations, and stuff like that. That people bring you the answer and say, now you need to put together the story that meets this answer.
it's a lot of creative accounting, that's for
It's
certain.
phenomenally depressing and frustrating, is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh man.
So, Karen, you've
So what do
joined
we
us.
have? She has she?
Karen, I could have said, now, speaking of incredibly depressing and frustrating, here's Karen, but I didn't do that. I'll just have you note.
Well, I don't blame you because I am such a freaking cynic. He may as well tease me about it. But this is a little off the subject, but I think whoever was responsible for the fire that is going on right now in Tracy, California, they should instead of arresting him, take him to Ukraine and let him give lessons on arson. Because I don't know if you've looked at the news, but there is a Medline warehouse. They have medical supplies, and they used to have a lot of supplies for COVID and things like that. Their warehouse is 1,000,000 square feet. And you look at the fire that's going on, and the whole place it's not just part of the building. The whole building is just simultaneously whoosh, and I don't know how it started, if it started from one corner. The firefighters think that the fire started on the roof, which is suspicious. And get this, the for some reason the sprinklers were not operating, and he wasn't sure.
Yeah, Karen, I'm going to stop you here.
Okay.
I really don't want to talk about buildings catching on fire inside of the U.S. You
Okay.
know,
Well, I'm just saying, I wish we could do that good a job with the ones in Ukraine. But yeah, horrible that it should have happened in the U.S. All employees are accounted for, and very fortunately, nobody's been hurt. Um, it's just pretty gobsmacking, and as a coincidence too, the private water system is failing. So I
well,
don't
yeah,
suspicious.
yeah. I would offer that you should, if you want to talk about this, you want to take it to a different space, because I
Okay,
really want to stay
all
focused.
right,
I really want to stay focused on Ukraine here.
understood.
Well, but thank you anyway.
No, thanks for letting us. I didn't know anything about that fire, but yeah, no even remote connection to Ukraine at all. So yeah, we'll move on. What do you think about this thing I asked about, or I noted earlier, uh, Smokey, that there appears to be a significant, slow, steady, drip by drip by drip. There appears to be truck supply across the Kerch Bridge. Is that, it, given that the isolation attempts on the north of the peninsula have been ongoing, um, is the supply across Kerch? Do you think it's large enough to be problematic that we need to have consider that bridge dropping early, or do they wait and drop that bridge right at the very time? Let's assuming they have the capabilities to do so. Do they drop the Kerch Bridge when it becomes the only escape route once Russia's on the move, or are they going to have to take it out early?
They have flamingos. They can drop the bridge. Um, it's just a question of how much resource they want to devote to it. But my sense is that a couple of flamingos, aimed at a specific portion of the span could probably render the bridge inoperable. And so it's not a question of can, it's a question of when. Um, and whether or not, in terms of the targeting priorities that Ukraine has, whether it's worthwhile. Now, as far as how much they can move across, that's governed less by the capacity of the bridge and more by the number of vehicles they've got available that they can actually run across it. Now, assuming that they're separating these by probably at least 100 meters, you can probably move a lot of trucks. But yeah, here's a metaphor for you. Have you ever heard of the Remagen Bridge?
I have heard of the Remagen Bridge,
You have heard of the Remagen
otherwise
Bridge.
known as
Well,
a
for
bridge too far.
no, that's not that one. That Remagen Bridge, Bridge Too Far was actually in the Netherlands. Remagen Bridge was a bridge that was across the Rhine,
Oh, okay, gotcha. Different.
and yeah, yeah. Now it was basically taken by U.S. armored infantry, and it gave the U.S. The U.S. military a way across the Rhine, which they did not have, and it had been wired and rigged for demolition and everything else like that. But uh, the U.S. was by a combination of uh, luck and pluck, they were able to grab it. The problem is that it had been partially demolished, and while the Allies took it and they used it, about a week after they had taken it, it basically ended up getting dropped into the river because uh, they just simply had put too much in the way of load on it. And so my comparison here is that what Russia may be doing now is going to be potentially the same kind of thing that the Allies did to the bridge at Remagen.
And that's what you're talking about there is like with you know with let's assume they're accurate enough to hit the roadway, or the roadway joints where the major span goes across. You're saying, and I agree, flamingos cause a big enough boom that they could destroy and make panels fall out. That this wouldn't be dropping the piers, but making sure the road bridge is 100% unusable. They
Yep.
could do that with those things. Um, uh, but eventually, the bridge could be rebuilt like it was, or road paneled as it was in the other time it was struck. But Yeah, I'm just curious to know, and because the plan is right. The plan is to make Russia's stay in Crimea untenable. That's multiple people in the military of Ukraine have now said that. It's the same thing that General Ben Hodges has been saying for a while, and uh, I a long time ago said that if you were able to cut off Ukraine or Crimea, you might be able to take it without firing a shot. Well, if you want to do that, you've got to make sure that Russia can't run a flotilla of ferries across to bring material
Yep.
across, and you've got to be able to make sure that a significant volume of stuff doesn't go across the Crimean Bridge. Hell, we know that they've hacked those cameras before. Maybe they have again. So either Ukraine knows that there isn't enough supply coming across here to cause to be a problem, or uh, they might, yeah, they just might need to blow that bridge, because if you want Russia to be totally out of food, bullets, bandages, everything in Crimea, to the point where they start forcing citizens to exit so that they can support the remaining military there for food, fuel, and everything like that, um, then you you really have to make sure that no significant amount is coming across. And I haven't seen anybody tracking, the traffic across that Crimean Bridge. And when I see stuff lined up anymore, it tends to just be passenger vehicles. There don't appear to be a lot of trucks. I'm just wondering if you had any better information to say it's significant, because they've now Magyar does, that they've cut off about 2/3 of the capacity of flow, route, material transport on the route between Mariupol, Melitopol to Crimea has decreased by more than 2/3 already, picking off these bridges and steering the remaining traffic toward places where it's going to get blowed up. Means 80% of all the content coming across from the north would be cut off. So is this going to be enough, or are they going to have to drop the Crimean span or the Kerch Bridge?
That's a good question. I don't have enough information right now really to make a reasonable judgment about it. I do know that um, they're going to be limited. They're still going to be limited by fuel. They're going to be limited by the number of available vehicles. And we also know that they really don't have any ferry capability anymore. They just don't. I think there might be a few vehicle ferries, but
I
they've
think
taken
they
out the
could
port.
probably enlist some vehicle ferries, but yeah, they're all of the big roll on roll off for rail and the big roll on roll off for trucks are glub sunk.
Well, they've also pretty much destroyed the port facilities at Mariupol,
And 8 of the 10
and
landing ships in the Russian Black Sea
and
Fleet.
8 of the 10. Yeah, well, the other landing ships are not making themselves particularly visible at this point, because they know that the moment that they got within any kind of reasonable range of Ukraine, they're going to be toast, because that's going to be a high value target. Um, I haven't heard, but if I recall, the port facilities at Berdyansk have also gotten hammered. So that's most of the capacity that Russia has to be able to move large volumes uh, across the Sea of Azov. And we know that, Sevastopol and Fedosia have also been getting hammered in terms of the Russians' ability to move anything across that space. So um, there's there. Here's a metaphor for you. It actually, this goes back to my you know study of geology, and thinking about volcanoes. And there's situations where you can you have a volcano that's underwater or partially submerged, and that at a some point you've got an enormous amount of what looks like steam and everything else that's pouring out of cracks, out of some lava flow, or some extrusion that's sitting in the water as a consequence of seawater working its way into it. And you look at that and you think that, okay, well, there the pressure's being released fast enough, but in fact it's kind of like what you're seeing with that, and the traffic that's moving across the Kerch Bridge is kind of like, if you will, a giant kind of sticking its pinky and trying to push it through push that pinky through a hole. That the amount of supply and the amount of resources that need to cross the Kerch Bridge so seriously exceed the carrying capacity of the bridge that there really isn't any way that it's going to be able to make up the shortfall that Russia's dealing with. So you put that in context, and then you add on top of that fact, you've still got Ukrainian drones that are still hitting this stuff. Now we're a little bit outside at the Kerch Bridge. We're a little bit outside that 200-kilometer envelope, but we're getting close. We're definitely getting close. And if Ukraine is able to extend that, it's going to mean that Ukraine may potentially be in a position where they're going to be able to start smacking trucks on the Kerch Bridge. And if Ukraine can do that, that really is seriously game over.
And essentially disable the bridge short term with a strike that also goes after a truck. We saw that in this in these Chongar, Henichesk, and Armyansk bridges, right? They do like to target something that's sympathetic while it's on the bridge too.
Yeah. So you hit that, and you not only you may not necessarily damage the structure itself, though in the case of Chongar they did. So you hit something on the bridge, you're going to take the bridge out of service until the fire stops and they can push the wreckage over the side. And the other thing is also every time they do that, whatever span it's done to actually weakens it. So now with the sea drone attacks that they've had earlier in the year, it's probably only a couple of sections that are really seriously at risk as a consequence.
I'd say
where they have to worry about the load.
From looking at the strikes with the sea drones before, the southwesternmost pier is probably at some serious risk from another large explosion there. Because remember the panels that connect the roadway together and the spans of the rail bridge, those don't actually support anything, but they tie the supports together at the tops, which is very important in the overall structural capacity, because these bridges, the piers, they're fantastic at taking compression loads, but they're not fantastic at taking shear loads. And so taking it, unpinning it from the top, and then coming in with some USVs at the bottom might actually be able to bring down that southwestern pier.
Yeah, so there are lots of ways that they could potentially do it.
But just disabling it so it can't be used in the short term is I'm okay with that too.
Yeah, that works. Karen, you got something Ukraine related?
Yes, Ukraine, and I'm sorry that I got so enthralled by that fire that I brought it up in the wrong space. I apologize. But there is a new development. Well, it's not new. It's been in the works for a while. They had permission from Belgium to the company was I believe named Thiels. and they have had permission for a while to manufacture these, but they are going to manufacture a batch of 100,000. So they must be pretty sure that these are going to be effective FC-275 rockets. And if you look at the cross section of this rocket, I sent you both a tag with this. You can see it's got what looks like ball bearings in it, but they're steel fragments. And they're meant to be anti-drone. And I think the whole idea, if you sent one of those up and exploded it, you got steel pellets going everywhere.
I think they're meant to be anti-missile, anti-drone.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask.
Yeah, just a
Is
steel
it just
cloud is all
drones?
you need, right?
Yeah. Well, is it just drones, or would they be tough enough to be helpful against missiles?
They would if you can make sure that the steel cloud is present when the ballistic missile or cruise missile goes through it. Possible with cruise missiles, more difficult with the ballistics.
Okay. Well, it
Well,
says that the warhead contains between 6,500 and 7,000 small steel pellets, and it's got a 1 kilogram explosive charge to detonate it. And so that's a lot of steel going a
And
lot
the
of.
key is, what do they want for it, and what fires it?
yeah, this is a 3-inch rocket, if I recall, and I think laser guided. I expect so. And so this is a good addition for sure.
Well, it's more than
And
it's pretty good size. If you look at the picture, um, it couldn't be.
well, 1 kilogram is not a big charge.
Okay.
And it really, and 3 inches, 76 millimeters. That's not small. And it's a munition size that's been around for almost a century and a half. And we've got missiles already that do a certain amount of that. So this looks like it's something in a similar vein, and definitely a good addition without question.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't start using it sooner. Now, I don't know that much about missiles, but could you fire something this size out of a Patriot launcher, or is that just a totally different platform?
Way too small.
Way too small. Yeah, it's not going to.
This sounds to me like a rocket that is based for the Vampire system that Ukraine developed, the HUR developed, to use the 70 millimeter rockets that also became. So what became the advanced precision kill weapon system? This is rockets that go. I guess they're ground based fire rockets that go in a system like that, but. Ukraine developed that system based on some spare parts given to it at the very beginning of the war, but then Hegseth withheld all the laser designator systems from it. Emasculating a design made by Ukraine. That was one of the very disappointing things that I saw them do when he first came in. They go, "Oh, this weapon's great. We need it all for us." It's like, excuse me, we just developed that in Ukraine. So anyway, I think these are like the Canadian rockets or like the 70 millimeter rockets that the United States provided. They used to be like what you call them, Hydra, I think, unguided rockets, Smokey.
Yeah, that was that's the system, and it's a similar nature, and unlike the Patriots, these are a Patriot. One of the things about Patriots is they are a weapon that can go from 0 to 50,000 feet in basically 2 claps of the hand. These are not going to be that fast. These weapons are probably subsonic
and meant to go out there and, like traditional anti-aircraft fire, make a cloud of steel that something then has to fly through, and that kills it.
Yeah, and so their natural prey, if you will, is going to be drones, of whatever
Or
size.
cruise missiles. If it's got
Pretty
a
much,
laser guide, I think you could
if
probably.
it's yeah, yeah, given the right circumstance and close enough proximity, yeah, you could potentially use this against a cruise
Yeah.
missile.
Hey, buddy,
So, but the other,
it's 2:04, 5 p.m. here in the Workers' Paradise. We're going to have to hand over soon. So when you're
oh,
done with your point, go to stabilizer fin, go to Nale, dry fly, and then Alex, and then one of us will have to shift for her mockersness.
oh my goodness, it's after 11. I lost complete
Time
track.
flies.
Godfrey Daniels. Well, I'm going to go ahead and drop. I'll tell you, Slava Ukraini, and well, nope, he got pulled.
Aram Slava.
Aram Slava. Okay, so let's see. We got Marcus up. We got Firefella up. Okay, Marcus is co-host. Okay, guys. Slava Ukraini, thank you very much for putting up with me. Will, as always, it's a great pleasure. I look forward to talking with you more on Saturday.
Nale, go ahead, my friend.
Yeah, thanks. Hello, friends. I just wanted to wish every Vatnik at the front lines a very happy Russia Day and get drawn to oblivion and hope you all die. Slava Ukraini.
Aram Slava indeed. Dry fly, go ahead, my friend.
Yeah, I'll just be real quick on that last comment about the missile and the trash. One of the advantages of throwing junk up in front of incoming missiles is the faster the missile is coming in, the more that junk is helpful. So I know Smokey was mentioning how it could be used against drones, and it could be. But even if it's a high-speed missile coming in, if you get that trash in front of it, those ball bearings or whatever it is that they're throwing out, it can do a ton of damage. There was a lot of air defense systems that were predicated on that in the past. Just getting junk in front of the incoming missile to let the velocity of the missile hitting that junk tear it all apart. So it's actually probably not a bad idea. The fact that it's got a small charge suggests to me that that's exactly what it's doing. The charge is just to spread the stuff out in a pattern while the incoming missile or jet drone or whatever it is flies through it and gets all ripped up. So actually, that's pretty good. I've been waiting for them to have more of that because it's a cheap solution to a lot of the things that Russia's throwing at us. So I will listen.
Well, it's like the chaff sort of thing, isn't it? That
Oh yeah, it's like
it,
in the old days, the
yeah.
flak. You saw those planes flying through flak. Except here, it's the missile itself going at high speed, hitting a ball, and the velocity of the missile hitting the thing. It's like hitting a rock on the highway with your car. The rock may not be going very fast, but your car is, and just the collision can do a ton of damage. Listen.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. Alex, go for it.
I was just going to comment the Canadian rockets that Will was talking about. Yeah, they were Hydras. They were a Canadian manufactured equivalent in the 90s.
There we go. I've mopped up your hands there, Will. And I suppose you've mentioned all the good booms, but I'm just going to run through them again with Firefella, just because. Firefella, morning.
Morning, mockers. Shit's on fire again. It's another good morning in Ukraine.
Yeah,
Russia.
yeah. Do you
Go
want
on.
a single elimination round of hot and cold?
Yeah, go for it.
No. We'll just when you get to the refineries, I'll play hot and cold with you.
Yeah, no worries. Go ahead, mockers.
Yes. Well, there is indeed plenty to look at. So, overnight, Simferopol thermal power station was hit, and big old fire. It is, going through a thermal process, but not the one it's supposed to. And power outages have been recorded all across Simferopol, as you might imagine. So that's my number one there. And then, of course, we've got the Taneko refinery in Nizhny in Tatarstan. So, again, more than 1,000 kilometers of Russian airspace was penetrated. Make up your own jokes. A process unit is burning at the plant, and one of Russia's largest and most modern refineries, with annual crude processing above 17 million tonnes. Now, it is also noted that this particular refinery is listed as one of their strategic thingamybobs. Bear with me. No, not that one. Not that one. Here it is. One of the Tatneft group of companies' strategic assets. So I guess you should have protected it better. Yeah? Because it's on fire. Don't know if anybody's noticed, but it's on fire. We have, excuse me, also some very long names. Sorry, that's what I was looking at. I was looking at these long names and thinking, oh, motherfucker. Ukrainian drones struck 2 key Russian synthetic rubber plants overnight. So, Nizhny Kamensk Nefter Kim, I'm going with that, in Tatarstan, a major supplier of materials used in military vehicles and aircraft tyres, lubricants, polymers, and electronics. You know, I've never talked about lubricants so much in my life as I have like in the last 4 years. It's very, very confusing.
Steady, woman, steady.
Well, you know me. So, also, Tolyatti Kachuk, I'm going with that, in Tolyatti. Again, one of Russia's largest rubber producers and manufacturer of high-octane fuel additives, critical for refinery output and military fuel quality. Well, I guess they're going to continue to have some fuel problems, yes? And so that place also, big fire. So I'm looking at this too, that there appears to have been a factory producing optics for the military on fire in Novosibirsk. A fire broke out on the territory of the former Ekran factory. Ekran Optical Systems Enterprise operates there. Thick black smoke rising above the city, so I guess they haven't elected a pope. And according to reports, a fire of nearly 3,000 square metres. The company provides components for night vision devices, laser rangefinders, and other optoelectronic equipment for defence purposes. So I guess only dark lenses from now on. Dark. Very funny. Explosions were recorded last night at the airbase near Saki in Crimea as well. Online chat suggests something was hit there and is on fire, possibly an air defence system. Just thinking about where it is and what it is. I think that's the short list for the moment, but there is something that I wanted to... oh, hello. Go ahead, Will. You go for my darling.
I just wanted to say Nizhny Kamsk. Yeah, that 17 is oftentimes listed a little bit wrong. It's only about half of that capacity because that refinery feeds the petrochemical plant just across the road, as you said, and they oftentimes take those two numbers and add them together to make 17, which in fact it's about half of that. But the key to that refinery isn't its size of 8.7 million tons a year. It's the fact that it does feed that petrochemical plant that produces polymer, so butadiene rubber. But one of the base polymers it produces goes across the river from there to the Yelabuga drone factory.
Oh,
We
no. So you're saying that we might be, that might be with a view to starving them of one of their key materials. Is that what you're saying?
It could be.
Nice. We like that.
Especially if they're focusing on Tolyatti and Nizhny-Kamsk at the same time. You've got to be thinking polymer reduction and synthetic rubber production.
Yeah, which both of which will be used in putting together drones, no doubt.
Yeah, and missiles. The seams between the sections of missiles have butadiene rubber in them.
Oh, I'm glad you got to say that because it's too early for me. So last night before I went to bed, I stayed up a little bit later because there was the reported launch of something unknown from Kapustin Yar. And everyone was going, oh, a Reshnik. They're launching an Reshnik. And I was like, what, they still have some of those left? What? They want to take out some more garages? I don't know. They're prepared to embarrass themselves again. But nothing actually arrived in Ukraine that I'm aware of. Otherwise, I think I'd have heard more about it this morning. And so, yeah, if it was supposed to have reached Ukraine, it would have already arrived before I went to bed. And it's quite possible they did some sort of training there and simulated a launch, or that they did launch something and nothing happened. You know, like it either remained on the launch pad or it just sort of fell over and landed on Russian soil. So it could have failed as well. So we'll see. So it was either a simulation as part of training, or it was a failure again. So we'll no doubt find out more about that at some point. However, it is just worth noting that Russia again waving around this kind of flaccid sort of missile at this point. Now, also, last night was supposed to be a huge attack last night. They were going to really go for it. And I note that they did not. Not in the, in the way that was expected. Now, it may just be that they delay it until the night after, or that they seem to do an awful lot of preparation and then actually not do the attack that they were expected to do. So I don't know what happened there either. Maybe there was some reason why they couldn't carry out the attack that they were planning to do. Or maybe they decided to delay it until, Russia Day. So we'll have to see. But a friend of mine got, shall we say, a very serious warning and was thinking that he was going to spend all night underground. And then that didn't happen. So maybe it's just a psychological thing, hey? Talking of psychological attacks, which, Ukraine have been undergoing psychological attacks of various types for, oh gosh, years, absolute years, haven't they? And it would appear that one lady has absolutely had enough after only 3 days of interrupted sleep. Just 3 days. And she was like, yeah, I'm done now. I'd like to finish this war now. So she says that the Ukrainians have already psychologically damaged them. I'm not using the word that she used. A Russian woman, after experiencing living with air raid alerts and drones flying over her head just for 3 days, was very upset. She says it's very emotionally difficult. It's just a nightmare. We've been going through this for 3 days already. I have a question. I thought they were supposed to be able to suffer like no other. Was that another lie? Because my goodness gracious me, she's got her eyebrows on, she's got her coffee, she appears to still have her home intact. What's the fucking problem? Grow a pair. So, yeah, air raid alerts in the night and in morning. There is no end to it. This has never happened before. It is a nightmare. Very emotionally difficult. When you go outside, you don't know how to live or what to do. Well, darling, this is war. Did you not understand that when you start a war, you might actually also have to experience the hardships of it? What a terrible shame. So yeah, she's so upset. She says, what about the children? My little one had to sit in a shelter at kindergarten. I mean, gosh. Well, at least your little one knows she's not a target, and that kindergarten will not be attacked by drones. Because Ukraine don't do that shit. Can you imagine? Her older child had their college cancelled because of the morning air raid and the fact that transportation wasn't running. I mean, again, kid gets a day off. What would he fucking do? they'll have to move to online learning. Hello. Do you understand how long Ukrainian children have been online learning because their schools have been destroyed? I just wanted to point this. I could be really angry at this woman, honestly. If she was in front of me making these complaints, well, she wouldn't be making all of the complaints for long because I'd have knocked her teeth out. Just for being so fucking audacious to say this shit. She wonders if it will ever end. I don't know why nobody is doing anything about it. Why is there no response? Love, you need to look on the internet a little bit more because this is a response to what your guys have been doing. And perhaps you should educate yourself. She can't understand why their guys don't just smash the absolute crap out of Ukraine. Like Mariupol and every other town and city that Russia have come across that they've absolutely flattened. Like that. Why? Why are Ukrainians meeting people from Europe, smiling at them and talking? Oh, is she jealous? Well, your guy's a pariah, so nobody wants to meet him. That's why. I don't know. I've got this panicky feeling. I'm trying to shake it off. I'm sure things will be okay. Yes, love. But all things are now getting worse every day. I don't see anything good happening. I mean, good. The Ukrainians have psychologically damaged us. I'm not using that word. It's some kind of nightmare. No sleep. How do you even know how to live your life anymore because of constant air raid warnings and drones flying over your houses? Oh, get used to it, bitch. I mean, what an absolute fucking shame. This is the thing, isn't it? This makes me so angry, but also happy in a way. She's worried about getting killed by drones, but you see, Ukrainians don't do that. In fact, no, she's probably not worried about getting killed by drones. She's worried about just not getting enough sleep. I hope she never has a good night's sleep again. She thinks 3 days of air raids is excessive. So perhaps she should move to Ukraine and, find out what every single fucking night is like. So yeah, I just the drama that she's boo-hooing about here while she's walking about with her coffee. She deserves more stress. And I think we can probably all agree with that, fair fella?
Oh, mockers! I'm just off to the cupboard. The give a fuck cupboard. Oh, look, it's fucking empty. What a shame. She's worried about 3 days. The poor Ukrainians. What are we? 1,560 what days now? They've been in constant. Is that I'm about right? 1,500 and something.
1,570 maybe today.
There you go. Look. So she's only got 1,566, 67 days more of it before she feels like the Ukrainians. Absolute toe rag. And what's the one thing she doesn't do? The absolute one thing she doesn't do is blame her dear leader, because it can't be his fault, can it? It's everybody else's fault, excuse me, in the whole wide world, apart from Putin's. Well, actually, sweetheart, it's Putin's fault. He started it, and now he's getting his ass kicked, and you've lost a few nights' sleep. Well, I'm sorry. I'm all out of fucks and violence. But yeah, absolutely pathetic. Will, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so when somebody tells you this is Putin's war and not everybody's war, look at that woman's reaction, right? The reaction is nuke Kiev. It's getting hard. This woman, particularly for me, a little probably an overshare from my perspective, but my second ex-wife, who was Russian, um, used to have this absolutely dramatic way of when things started going bad for her, when things were starting going wrong, she'd just go right to the existential thing where she'd go, "How am I going to live?" And this woman was doing the exact same thing, Marcus. I was getting a weird flashback there when she goes, "Oh, how am I going to live?" And I'm like, "Well, why don't you have a fucking suck about it?"
Exactly. Just an absolute whining witch. I'm trying to be gentle, but fuck that her bitch. Fuck you.
But not let's maybe we should stop our war. No, escalate the war. So she's right. So you have the public doing it. You've got the propagandists doing it. You got the hawks in the Kremlin doing it. Why are these people allowed to travel to Britain?
Or anywhere. They should be stuck within their own borders, as far as I'm concerned. You're absolutely right. Now, I've got some other whining bitches here, and one of which is Prilepin. We know Prilepin, don't we? A Russian nationalist writer and politician, long associated with pro-government and pro-war circles, and he's having a good old fucking moan as well. And he's basically, well, he's telling some truth here, which I like, actually, a bit of truth. He says at this stage, to end this, and he doesn't say war, but he says to end this, we lack the strength, the morale, the focus, and most importantly, a clear sense of purpose. Because, well, you know, their purpose was to take Kyiv in 3 days, and that never happened. So, obviously, at that point, they just, well, everything went out the window, didn't it? We don't even have a goal of winning. We understand all of this. The offensive push. It has stalled for us. It's bogging down. Well, you know, mainly because Ukraine have fought back. But yes, it turns out that we can be killed. Yes, mate, in your absolute droves, you can be killed. It turns out that our supply columns can be cut off. Yes. Also, I keep pointing out that riding in convoy is really bad idea. But carry on. It turns out our equipment can be burned. All of this is possible. Yes. Who did you think you were fighting against, by the way? They all have rallied. Europe has rallied after centuries of humiliation. And now we'll go all in so you really feel it. But will you, buddy? All in with what? I mean, whose army are you going to use at this point? So the guy he's talking to, I'm assuming he's also another Russian, Egypt. What happened has happened. And the Russia we have built cannot cope with this war. That means we need to build a different kind of Russia. He's Prilepin, he's whining on. Right now, we're seeing a very serious outflow of drivers. Nobody wants to transport anything anywhere anymore. And who can blame them? Who can blame those guys? I mean, would you want to drive through an absolute highway of death? I'm just going to point out that Mad Max was supposed to be a film. And they're like, yeah, you see this highway here? This is a highway of death. We've tacked a little bit of like armor onto your vehicle and a bit of a drone cage to make it look a bit Mad Max style. It won't help, but we have. And we've put some guys sort of every so many meters down the road, with a gun, in the vain hope that will help. That won't help either. But off you pop, take your chances, get to the end. We'll give you a prize of your own life, And well, as you can imagine, it doesn't matter how much money you pay somebody to literally present them with a suicide run. A lot of people will say, "No, you're all right. I don't fancy doing that. Thank you." Especially when they can see all the carcasses of every other vehicle that's burned out already. I mean, it's a message, isn't it? Anyway, he goes on. Not that I'm talking about riggers, but the ones who transport supplies from Rostov to Voronezh, from Taganrog and elsewhere. Literally drivers even in Russia are not wanting to drive down some of these supply roads. Literally in the last month and a half, even the most routine routes, say to Luhansk and Donetsk via Horlivka, well, they don't exist anymore. Even a number of roads that were always more or less safe, there are burned out vehicles standing all along there. One on the more difficult roads, burnt out vehicles are now every 50 metres. In other words, the routes are being cut one after the other, even roads that don't lead directly to the line of contact. Yes, well, that's what happens when you've got some really pissed off Ukrainians. Even internal routes are now starting to be cut off. I'm sorry, mate, are you talking about Internal, as in within the borders of Russia itself. Are you saying that you recognise that anything that's in occupied territory is not actually internally part of Russia? It's amazing, isn't it? On one hand, they're like, this is Novorossiya, this is ours. And on the other, they're like, yeah, it's over there. It's nothing to do with us. You know, it's weird, isn't it? That they hold these two positions at the same time. So this is a process that has just begun. I can tell you it is only getting started. Yes, that's correct. At distances of 100 to 200 kilometres away, it varies, but it is already expanding. And I can't say how prepared we are for this problem. I can, mate. Not at all. That's how prepared you are. Not at all. In the position I used to hold, I don't see this intelligence data. It is not coming to me. Well, it wouldn't come to you even if you were still in that position, dude. So, don't worry about that. It is literally what happened in the first few weeks. They have made an incredible leap forward. And most importantly, they are now going to pump this with new resources that they've already realised this works. You should understand what this means. You won't be able to deliver fuel or ammunition. He doesn't mention food or water, though. I have noticed that. I mean, stuff that. But for 3.5, 4 years, the Kremlin have been selling them a fairy tale that Ukraine is about to collapse and Europe is weak and victory is just round the corner any week now. And now one of their largest cheerleaders is saying the quiet part out loud. They're losing their drivers. They're losing logistics. They've got no equipment. They're losing the illusion of the war being under their control. The most dangerous moment for these regimes is when their own propagandists start telling the truth. Once believers begin to admit reality, their myth just falls away. And it will be interesting to see what this Prelepin guy does in the coming months, because there is, a real cognitive dissonance coming about now between some of these guys and the ruling elite. You see, he's an old-fashioned Soviet at heart. He does not like the liberal, oligarch-oriented, contemporary Russia. So, he's starting to accept the truth, which is nice, isn't it? It's nice to see them starting to accept the truth. Now, if only people would listen to him, eh? We shall see. Now, I do want to just touch on something that Will has probably already talked about, but I was asleep, so, I haven't heard it. Regarding the Russian logistics towards Crimea, because Ukraine is basically playing a blinder over here. And they've said all those bridges that come into the mainland of Ukraine from Crimea, you can't use those because we've broken them mostly. There is a bridge that you can use, and you can use it to leave. It's over there. Go. And, I think the message is very clear. Not this way, that way. So, according to the governor of the occupied part of Kherson, several key crossings were hit. 2 bridges over the North Crimean Canal, which used to carry water into Crimea. But remember the Novokhovka Dam that they blew up? Well, after they blew that up, the water supply for Crimea was greatly affected. So these canals usually dry now because, that was one of the reasons why the Novokhovka Dam existed, was to supply Crimea with water. I mean, they really did fuck themselves over with half of the things that they did. It was great to, cause so much damage and horror in Ukraine, but they actually also cut off a massive part of their own water supply. And this is what what Russians do. They don't plan out the consequences. It's very short-sighted thinking or very long-term thinking and nothing in the middle. So 2 bridges over the North Crimean Canal, a road bridge on the Perikop-Armyansk route, and a bridge in the area of Stavki. And earlier to this, there was damage to the bridges at Armyansk and Krasno-Perekopsk, and of course Chongar Bridge as well. So that is a great deal of bridges. Now, as we heard Katinka tell us yesterday, there is still some small routes through, but I mean, they're small. They're not, there's no major links. There's no major roads that will take you into Crimea if all these bridges are down. And so you're not getting any heavy vehicles through there. And this is basically just saying, go away. There's a big old bridge that you can take, and it's right over there at the other end, and you should make use of that. Off you go. So while they were in the process of taking out these bridges at the top of Crimea, let's call it, they discovered that there was a Russian convoy of around 50 fuel and ammunition trucks near Armyansk. Because the Chongar Bridge was closed after, those attacks, they started using other routes. And of course, well, because that route got busy, they basically had no choice but to sort of have them all gathered together in one long convoy. And you know what happens, don't you, when Russians start a convoy? Ukrainians take it out. So a large number of vehicles were all together, and Dmitro Perun Filatov, commander of the 1st Separate Assault Regiment, noted that there were about 50 vehicles, and pretty much most of them were destroyed. Because, that's what actually happens. And it was all military cargo, of course, moving precisely through Armyansk, and now no longer. I feel as though, Ukraine really have got themselves just a shooting range at this point. They can't move through there quickly anymore. They can't get anywhere out of the area because there's a massive bottleneck. And so that anything that they put into that area now, any military cargo, any fuel, just it literally, you're just on a shooting range. And I would imagine that that's quite emotional. Quite emotional. There was one particular moment which I found just delightful, and I'm going to have to find it again on my own profile because I didn't put it in my bookmarks, but it was quite funny, particularly cheeky. That in occupied Kherson, they were waiting in line for around 3 days for fuel to be delivered. They're all sat there in the line, holding their gas coupons, and a fuel tanker is on its way down the road towards this gas station to fill it up. And oops, it explodes because a Ukrainian drone spotted it and took it out just as it was on its way to fill up the gas station there. And so they all get to watch all the fuel that they've been waiting for burn right in front of their very eyes. That's pretty cheeky, isn't it? Don't you think, Firefella?
Oh, mockers, the cope and the woe is just it's knee deep. Let's put it that way. Did you see the other one where they didn't attack the fuel tanker because it was camouflage green? So they thought, I'll tell you what, we'll just follow this one to the Russian front line where it stopped, and then everybody came out and started filling their jerry cans up. And they went, now we'll hit it, and they did. And a few toasty Russians, Batniks. Well, fuck around, find out. Yeah.
Well, one of the guys there was dressed for, toasty weather. Did you see him with his flip-flops and his shorts?
Yeah, probably not the safety gear he was issued with. I'm just guessing, spitballing here, people. Probably not. But yeah, so we're not wearing the good stuff. We wear the crap stuff, and flip-flops, stick to hot stuff. Let's put it that way. And then you get blistered feet, and you
Oh,
can't walk. I know it really does hurt.
oh well. I guess, you know, you take your chances, you make your choices, don't you? It's just one of those things. I'm sure they'll get over it. So this app is already chuffing around with me, by the way. It might chuck me out.
All right, so stabilizer's got your hand up. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thanks. You mentioned fuel coupons. What kind of a ration are we talking about here? And how bad is the situation? Hope it's bad.
So I know it's 20 litres, but they're already getting to the point where even if you've got a fuel ticket, stabilizer, it don't matter. You ain't getting any fuel because they ain't got any. Oh, what a shame. What a shame.
Oh, that's great.
And it's spreading.
That's
It's
great.
spreading further up the peninsula and actually up into the occupied areas and actually now into Russia. They're starting to feel it. Mockers, are you still with us or are you stuck?
Nah, she's dead. I gotta kill her.
Okay, fine. Yeah. So there's loads of woe this morning, people. I mean, it is absolutely beautiful. And I put up in the nest the Global 24. If you have a look on that, you just see how much gear has been blown up on the roads to Crimea. It's just unbelievable. I mean, there's truck after truck after truck. You would have thought, you know. So we're sort of trying to get supplies to Crimea. So I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll form a convoy. That's what we'll do. We'll form a convoy. And then we'll all toodle off to Crimea. And the Ukrainians have gone, convoy. We got some special stuff for convoys. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take the lead truck out and then we'll treat it as a turkey shoot, which is exactly what they did. And they just spent the whole evening bombing the crap out of the whole 50 trucks. And guess what? No more convoy. So stabilizer, it's getting worse by the day, sir. And I don't know about you, but I'm quite loving it. Mockers, are you back with us now, sweet?
I am, yeah. Told you I was going to crash, didn't I? I was
That's
like,
bloody,
oh,
that's bloody rude, isn't it?
yeah. Well, it's amazing that I have to just keep reinstalling this app. It's an absolute piece of shit. So there is a little bit more of an update on Crimea. So temporarily occupied Crimea, several regions and several regions of Russia were subjected to drone attack overnight. So Simferopol, a fire did break out in a local power plant. The city reported power outages and further explosions also occurred in Simferopol, Nizhny and Chervongovetsky districts, as well as near the Saki airfield. We are clarifying the details. So that's nice to know, isn't it? That there's plenty going on there. I have to bring this up because, you know, if your propagandist goes to Russia or espouses Russian talking points, guess what? They work for Russia and not for whoever you are. So, you know, you can quite clearly see that Candace Owens works for Russia, or at least, you know, that's her current paymaster. And all the others, you know, the Tates, they obviously work for Russia. Tommy fucking 10 names Robinson, he obviously works for Russia because he was literally in Russia, in Moscow, inciting violence in the UK. You know, it couldn't be more obvious, could it really? And yet there are still some people who think he's got a point. Well, there's some other little person here. He's called Che Bose, yeah? And he is actually been mobilised all the way to Ireland to go and espouse some Russian talking points on behalf of Russia there in Ireland. And you know what this tells me? This tells me that this is very problematic. That Russia really, really don't want this place to be, you know, targeted in sanctions. So desperate for you to believe that Irish alumina is not ending up in the production of Russian weapons, which it quite clearly is at this point. They sent their Irish mouthpiece and propagandist actually over to Orhanish to film a little documentary. And this guy is the most disgusting piece of propaganda that you would ever want to meet, or not want to meet, actually. Nothing says guilty like sending this MFer. So that tells me something very, very strongly that we found something that's really important to Russia. And oh boy, did we. And it's gone from being just a little campaign of, please, could you, ask your MEPs very kindly to look at possibly putting some sanctions on this, to an international campaign. And just like to point out that it's being very successful. We are now transitioning to Illumina 22 because we have a feeling that it will now be kept out of the 21st sanctions package for reasons. Most of those reasons appear to be threats from the Russian owners that are causing the Irish government to, be unable to move forward at this time. But we can overcome that. Basically, here's the situation. The Russian owners have basically said, well, yeah, if you nationalise the plant, good for you. But we supply all the raw materials that the plant uses anyway, so we'll just cut you off. And that's basically the threat that they're making, that the plant will be useless to you anyway. Now, even though the process is very, bad for the environment, we still apparently need that stuff. And bauxite and whatever the other chemical is that they bring to this plant to process, that can be sourced elsewhere. It doesn't have to come from a Russian mine. So, all they need to do is just diversify their supply and they'll be absolutely fine. But of course, the Russian threat of you won't be able to use the plant anyway, so what would be the point in you taking it over is very, it's very Russian. It's kind of the thing that they do. And that is probably what's keeping it out of the current sanctions package, which is weak, in my personal opinion. But of course, I'm not there. So I will just say that, yes, we are now transitioning to Illumina 22. And this train continues down the track. In fact, I believe today, of all days, there will be something being released today. Keep an eye on our little Irish journalist's profile, because he's got something that he wants to put out, and I think it's going to be today. So we'll see. Jenny.
First of all, I think we should use the nickname that I have come up with for the Russian owner, just Pastka, because it's really fitting. And second, Che Baus. One of his, one of the guys that worked with him, I don't really know what he does in the organization that or Che has around him. He's a convicted pedophile, so it totally checks out that they are Russian supporters because traitors and child molesters seem to flock to Russia. Just wanted to say that. Thank you. And fuck Russia.
Indeed. Yeah, it is amazing, isn't it, how they all turn out to be kiddie fiddlers. Yeah, they all do seem to be, very much together. And just, gosh. Oh, I've got what appears to be a image from a camera, a drone camera, obviously, showing a Russian convoy getting absolutely fucking splattered. And this must be the convoy that they were talking about. Goodness gracious me, that's a lot of trucks all in one place all at one time. And I've just retweeted it, and you will note, if you look at it, that the back of it is on fire and the very front of it is on fire. And there's a few fires in between. So very, very emotional day. And I think that very soon we will be seeing that video. Now, they didn't even have a massive convoy like this in 2022. Well, someone's saying, if this is real, then there's a video of it. So there hasn't been a convoy this big since 2022. And so we'll see. We'll see. But if that is a real image from a real video, we will be seeing the video very soon. Now, apparently, Russia is home to 195 different peoples. I wonder how many of those actually want to be part of Russia. Yes, I do believe that some of those 195 different peoples might just want to no longer be part of Russia. Oh my goodness me. So I'm just looking at a little report here.
Hey, Marcus, just quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Let me cut in on you. August refinery. Here, first thing is that'll succeed eventually. If it's not alumina 21, it'll be 22 because look at the language that the EC is using now. They're using language that they're still processing evidence, right? It's not just some guy, he said, she said. The Swedish intelligence services are involved. They're processing evidence, and eventually they'll firm up a case big enough that the EC won't be able to avoid it. And with regards to other supply, who's the largest supplier of bauxite in the world? Australia, right? Yeah. So here's the absolute screw you that could be best for them. Queensland Aluminium was partly owned by Deripaska himself, but when in 2022, when the war broke out, Australia sanctioned Deripaska, and that forced him to sell his share in Queensland Alumina, and Queensland Aluminium could produce all the bauxite that they need for the August refinery, probably at about the same price per ton delivered, because Australia versus Brazil, it's a bit farther, but it's not unreasonable, and it would be an ideal screw you to the Russians.
Well, that's just delightful. That is absolutely, yes, fabulous idea. Write it down and get it sent in as a suggestion. Like I say, there is, other ways. There are other options. We just have to learn to diversify and stop relying on Russia for everything. So, yeah, this tells me an awful lot. That Russia are basically making these threats because that's all they've got left.
Yeah, they're
So,
grasping at any unfounded claim they possibly can. Much like they did when the Hungary oil situation from Putin was. You can tell they're grasping, and they're getting, well, their grasps are getting more and more easily debunked right away.
absolutely, and it tells you all you need to know, doesn't it? That this will affect them. This will be a problem for them. Now, I was just looking.
Clay Bowles. What? George Calloway wasn't available?
Apparently not. No, they've gone on to the younger generation now because remember Galloway's a fucking idiot, and we all know he is. So they're trying to use these new faces now. Unfortunately, they just as terrible people. So I'm just looking at this sad situation here of Russian air defenses apparently managing to take out Russian apartment buildings still. So Nizhny Kamensk, amid the drone attack on the local oil infrastructure target, it would appear that a Russian air defense missile landed in a nearby apartment building, in the side of it. And shortly after, a gas cylinder inside one of the apartments also exploded, which took out several more of the apartments on that side of the apartment block. And just chaos. So
Delicious.
yeah, exactly. I thought I would just tell you that sad and sorry tale there. I mean, Jesus, could it get any worse? Could it really? So yeah, bless them that they're into self-flagellation. Yes, that's a big word. They like hitting themselves. That's what that means. Learn something with me. I did swallow a dictionary some time ago. So there is more. There is more. There is a lady here, and I'm quite enjoying her whining. What is the point of Crimea if you can't go anywhere? She says, complaining about the lack of gasoline, and hopes to leave before the bridge is blown up. This is the way, my love. This is what they want. This is what Ukraine is encouraging the Russian occupiers in Crimea to do. And exactly this, she's getting it. She's getting on board with what Ukraine are telling her. So she says, that's it. I'm leaving Sevastopol. Off you go then. She loves Crimea and she loves Sevastopol. But when you're told that you have to spend all your free time after work scrolling through Max Messenger, because it's the only thing that's available to you, or to be specific, one particular blog, in order to catch some QR code at 10 p.m. just for a moment when she's already asleep. But no, she has to get up at 10 p.m. and she might be able to get this QR code to maybe be able to get some fuel for the next day. Some people spend hours trying to catch this QR code, and only then can they fill up with petrol. Why do we need Crimea in the first place, she says, if you can't go anywhere, if you can't breathe the air or see the sea? I don't get it. Anyway, I've just thrown out 2 huge bags of stuff and I'm off. I hope they don't blow up the bridge before I leave. The land route is completely closed now. I still ended up with a mountain of stuff to take with me, though. Right, we'll load up the car and set off and drive back over the bridge. Of course I'm sad, but when I'm told how I should spend my evenings just to be able to get fuel instead of relaxing or having a bit of fun, perhaps watching a film or chatting with my kids, I have to scroll Crimean Publix in order to find fuel for a QR code. There is simply no other way to fill up your car. You have to walk to work. You have to walk home from work. Even the buses are not running. Oh, do you feel sorry for her, Firefella? Do you feel bad?
Oh, not in the slightest, Muggers. Sorry, I was trying to do something else. No. And the woe is, like I said, knee deep this morning. They're all getting the picture, aren't they? What is the point of Crimea? It's not Russian, sweetheart. That's the point of Crimea, and you should fuck off. On the bridge, provided that we've still left open, by the way. We bombed all the others. So if you'd like to just get on your bike, because your cars don't work, because you've got no petrol, or your horse, or your bicycle, whatever, you and your family just Foxtrot Oscar back to wherever the chip chap you came from, because it's just going to get worse, Mockers. It's not getting better. It's just going to get worse.
Well, it seems Ukraine have a way of, encouraging the Russians to make the decision for themselves. So she's leaving Sevastopol because there's no point being there anymore because there's no fuel and it's no longer fun. And, the rest of them should follow her fine example and get the heck out of Dodge. I do feel sorry for the actual Ukrainian or, Crimean Tatar people who are still sort of there having to deal with this situation. But I think they know that, this is a temporary situation. And when the occupiers are gone, Ukraine will reclaim Crimea and hopefully things will then get better. But yes, until that happens, they're going to have to, deal with some hardship. But you know what? Living under Russian occupation is kind of the hardship anyway. So, yeah. Now, I've got some numbers for you. I have, because I'm kind like that.
Lovely,
So,
doubly.
let's do some numbers. So I'm just laughing at something that Prince sent me. Apparently, that reflecting pool? It's all full of green algae because they put a blue paint coating on the bottom of it, and that's what happens. Anyway. It's the 12th of June today, all day. And we have the following. 1,300 liquidated personnel. Now, I'm just going to give you a total because I haven't done that for a long time. Oh, 1,380,120. It's a lot. That's more times than Trump appears in the Epstein files. Or is it? Or is it?
Close.
Indeed. 4 tanks and just 1 armoured combat vehicle, just the one. 78 artillery systems, which, you know, we've seen it in the 70s and 80s for, well, a while now. That's a lot. That's a lot of stuff being taken out. 2 more MLRS and 1 air defence system. I think this was a Tor air defence system, or at least a couple of Tors have been taken out just very recently. We have 352 vehicles and fuel tanks. Perhaps some of them were those that were seen on that video. And 3 more special equipment. Now, I'm wondering as well if some of this special equipment isn't road repair and rail repair equipment, because they've been going after that stuff recently as well. I bet you some of that is featured in some of these numbers. Unfortunately, lots of UAVs. So 2,218 UAVs. But, I mean, what that does show is that Russia is flooding the air with all sorts of UAVs, and Ukraine are taking them out. So, you know, I would say Ukraine is up to the task. It is unfortunate that they have to be. But here we are. And 8 ground robotic complexes, because you're not allowed to have nice things. I want to mention a ground robotic complex in a minute.
Thought you might.
So, oh yes, oh yes, I bloody love them. Love them, I do. Love them. Very versatile, very useful. So no missiles overnight, and no massive attack like was reported or expected, and apparently also no rationing, because that seems to have, you know, been all mouth and no trousers. So we have the following: 117 UAVs in total, and 102 shot down or suppressed as of 2 hours ago. Now, it says here 14 strike UAVs were recorded hitting 7 locations, as well as the fall of downed fragments at 8 locations, with the attack still ongoing, and several enemy UAVs still in the airspace. So there was, 15 left in the air, and 14 were recorded striking. Now, that tells me that Russia's still sending a few more. So, you know, as expected. So that's your Air Force report. Now then, let us go to the ground. Go to ground, as it were. And just have a look at something which I bloody love. I love a ground drone. And we've heard of ground drones being given machine guns before. And we even know that some of them are semi-autonomous at this point, and they can send them out to a location and say, protect this location, and they will do just that. Now, there's a little video showing unmanned ground vehicles doing all sorts of things. It's in the Nest, and it was released by Special Herson Cat from the Unmanned Systems Forces. And it shows them delivering supplies and ammunition, evacuating wounded personnel, recovering fallen, and going out on its own with a machine gun to go, you know, defend a position somewhere. And all of this is being done without exposing any Ukrainian crews to enemy fire. Now, one of the things this machine gun drone does is take out, you know, the drones that will sit on roads or next to roads and, you know, just wait for people to come along so that they can attack logistics or, you know, just random people even. So this drone with the machine gun goes out specifically to target them sort of things. And I love this, right? It's going out and it's shooting these little drones. It's finding these little drones and shooting them. And it turns around and it sees a stork standing there. It just watches the stork for a couple of minutes and then goes, yeah, that's not a target, and carries on. So, they are quite clever, quite clever. And you can see, just how it's doing its job really, really well, supporting the soldiers, because we hear all the time that Ukraine just doesn't have enough men to complete all the tasks that's necessary. And yet, with the help of these ground drones, it's taking an awful lot of the quite risky logistics work away from them needing to do it. And just ground drones, amazing. And also the fact that it, captured one of their national birds and took a little picture of it while it was out there, I thought was particularly nice. Also, there is an image on there of a dog coming up to sniff at it, and it just sits there and watches the dog, doesn't do anything about that. And I just think that, we've come a long way, haven't we, with ground drones, from these little robot dogs that run along to these things that are just doing all the jobs. And I just think that it's incredible. Incredible stuff. Do love a ground drone, don't you, Firefella?
Love them, because like you said, so versatile, isn't they, and all the different stuff they can do, whilst not exposing anybody to backneck fire, which is always a good one. And also, they can shoot the backnecks back, and taking the waiting drones out on the side of the road is superb work. That because they're a pain in the arse to the Ukrainian forces, and hard to spot sometimes because they're sneaky fuckers, the backnecks. They keep camouflaging them rather well. So this bit of kit is just, oh god, paying for itself. I don't know how many times exponentially, but it's brilliant stuff. Back to you.
Yeah, doing a really fabulous job of protecting the people, and that is why I love them so much. I mean, there's all sorts of other exciting things with drones being done, but the ground drones in particular, I just have a real love for because of the lives they protect. People don't need to go out on logistics missions because they can send a drone. And sending a drone, a big heavy lift drone through the air with stuff is, been useful in the past, but the ground drones actually can carry more. They can actually get there with less detection. There's just all sorts of good reasons why the ground drones are better at that sort of thing. Plus, they can carry people, they can take injured, they work very well. They work very well at all the jobs that they're given. And long may that continue. I used to watch Robot Wars, when I was younger, and really enjoyed it. And now look where we are. Amazing.
Absolutely, Mockers. You want a bit of a laugh? Go and look at the second one in the nest. It's the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Conduct. It's a drone taking a break. And it just says the Ukrainian sense of humour to a T. Just have a look at it. It's fantastic. I won't spoil it for people, but go and have a look. Funny
I have seen that before, to be honest.
Funny as you like,
I have
isn't it?
seen it before. Yes. So we have a few other things that we can tell you about. Let me just get rid of that whining lady because that was funny. So yesterday there was this that was released, and it was after our little show in the morning, so we didn't get time to tell you about it. So I'm going to tell you about it now. The Navy reported that they had used Neptune missiles on a storage site of weapons and military equipment of the Black Sea Fleet in Strelskaya Bay in Sevastopol. Now, initially, they said we'd hit something in Sevastopol, and they didn't tell us what it was. But then they confirmed that, yes, indeed, they had hit a storage area of missiles. And what I have noticed is that this in particular has started to become, well, as though they've known where these places were. They've just not really been able to hit them before, and now they can. And interestingly, the enemy recorded both of the Neptune missile launches and the guidance of the missiles on their way. but there was no air defence deployed against them. They could not shoot down these targets, and it looks as though they didn't even bother trying. So it says here that the air defence could not cope or shoot down the air targets. So it doesn't look as though they even deployed any air defence against them. I mean, what a reality check. They recorded them coming and didn't do anything about it, which just shows, doesn't it, that they are absolutely failing. I mean, this is the thing. If you can detect it, you should be able to counter it. But all their means of countering these missiles is now, it's either at the bottom of the sea or it's been taken out earlier by, other Ukrainian means. And I wanted to point out that's probably a big problem. And Ukraine are indeed taking out missile storage at this point. What, you thought you had some stockpiled missiles that you were going to throw at Ukrainian towns and cities? Well, no, you're not. And we're going to make sure that you haven't. Remember that ammunition depot that blew up in Belgorod? Well,
Oh, yes.
that was reportedly, that was reportedly as a result of assistance by somebody in the Belgorod People's Republic resistance. I mean, the BPR is a little bit of a joke, but actually it did come through the resistance movement in that area. According to what they call the Freedom Coalition, a crater the size of a stadium has now been left in Belgorod, in this area where these missiles were blown up. So, yes, we did think that was impressive, didn't we? But a crater the size of a stadium. That's some really tasty stuff.
How embarrassing.
I know. And good to know, isn't it? Good to know that none of those missiles will be reaching Ukrainian homes. Because that's all they use them for. They don't deploy them to military targets. It's always very much, Ukrainian residential targets and shopping centres and things like that. So, let's at least help them out and help them get rid of those missiles before they feel compelled to do something like that. Now, here's something from one of the Russian bloggers, and I do love it when they sort of, they start to realise what's going on. And we've had an awful lot of revelation and realisation recently, haven't we? And here's another one. A couple of months ago, I would have twirled my finger at my temple if I'd heard about the Ukrainians cutting off Crimea. However, it is not funny at all now. The Hornets and the fire points are terrorising the entire land corridor. Now then, just point out that if you hadn't come and brought your terror with you to the entire land corridor, Ukraine wouldn't be fighting back so hard and kicking your fucking asses all over the place. So, there is that. Not funny at all, I would imagine. We have reached the point of attacking bridges. Yes, you cannot destroy a bridge on the Novorossiya highway with a Hornet alone. But what about 200 Hornets on each bridge? And what if they use a dozen Storm Shadows and a dozen Flamingos or Neptunes on the Crimean bridge? What next? How will we supply Crimea then? Airdropping cargo? Well, you could always go home. Yes? Yes, they could always go home. Our good friend from Firepoint, as we've mentioned him, Dennis Tillerman, has commented here, and he is particularly proud of a publication by The Economist, and he's pulled some important points out of it that he would like us all to be aware of. So The Economist has published an excellent article titled Ukrainian Deep Strikes Are Inflicting Pain Deep Inside Russia. Yes, they are. Which describes the impact of the strikes within Russian territory. The publication conducted their own analysis of the data, and findings for Ukraine are simply outstanding. Let me break down the key points. So they state they looked at the data on 1,289 Ukrainian strikes from the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project, the ACLED, for anybody who needs to know. This is a monitoring group, believe it or not, from the title there. And this was on targets that were released at least 100 kilometers from the Russian border with Ukraine. From 2022 to the end of 2024, there were only 335 strikes that fit that definition. In 2025, Ukraine completed 658 such strikes, almost twice as many in the single year as the previous three combined. This year, however, at the current pace, Ukraine is on track to execute over 800 deep strikes. These figures mean one simple thing. Our deep strike program is not growing gradually, but exponentially. What used to take years is now accomplished in months, and the reason is clear. We have our own defence industry, which has now reached mass production scale and no longer depends on foreign permits or foreign supplies. In addition to the number of strikes, their geographic scope is also growing steadily. Just put my cup down, there we go. The coverage of Ukraine's campaign is expanding too. We have compiled an inventory of 6,351 Russian strategic sites located at least 100 kilometers from the border. Drawing on open source intelligence and reports from energy monitors, we found that 2,377 of these sites are within 5 kilometers of a deep Ukrainian strike reported by the ACLED last year. That compares with just 32 in 2022. At the same time, the publication honestly acknowledges that even these figures provided by the ACLED are underestimated and builds its own model based on satellite data. Over the course of 2025, our model flagged roughly 3 times as many strikes as the ACLED have recorded. The actual scale of our operation is so vast that even professional monitoring groups cannot keep up with it. And separately, The Economist highlights our tactics of repeated strikes on the same targets. This is exactly how we operated in Tuapse and at the St. Petersburg terminals and at the VNIIR Progress. First, they make quick repairs, because harder repairs are costly and divert funds that would otherwise flow to the military and civilian economy. The Russian central bank data shows that since the first quarter of 2024, bank lending to oil companies for refinery operations has grown by $22 billion, just to patch the holes left by our drones and missiles. Every repeat strike wipes out the previous repairs and forces them to start over. Now, I'll just come in here and say we have spotted this, haven't we, quite a few times, where Ukraine have waited until Russians have basically done all their repairs and they switch the thing on, and then within the next 48 hours it gets knocked out again, which must be very frustrating. It must be. And also hilarious. The Ukrainians are just like, oh, look, they've turned it on. Let's prepare a strike.
Or very rewarding. I'm just saying. Depends which side of the apple you're on.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, hee, look at that. It's ready for another strike. And, some people have said in the past, why do they let them repair these things? Well, this is exactly why. So that when they hit them again, it's all the harder for them to repair it another time. And also, very tedious, I would imagine, that every time you sort something out and you're like, thank goodness for that, it's fixed. Within, a 48-hour period, it is no longer fixed and it's absolutely knackered again. And you have to start the whole process again. And also, it keeps those, engineers and what have you busy. I might imagine that they would be quite happy to be busy, because if they're not, they'd be sent off to the front, wouldn't they? So those guys are probably like, oh, thank God, we've got more work to do. So this 22 billion is money that the Kremlin is taking out of the war and having to bury in their own ruins. Oh, I love the way he puts that. Here's another quote from the article. This spring, Russian oil refinery production was 15% lower than the year before, despite the high prices. The government has also had to put limits on exports of gasoline and jet fuel to avoid shortages at home. Russia may have to cut oil production later this year because it will not be able to process or sell all of the crude it produces. And Dennis says, pay attention to this last point. We're no longer talking about temporary gasoline shortages. We're talking about a prospect of reduction of extraction itself, which we have seen, haven't we? They have shuttered some wells. It is important to understand that given the current situation, Russia will not be able to simply reopen closed wells. This represents a massive loss for them. Another quote. Between June and December 2025, the country's fossil fuel export revenues were 18 billion, 12% lower than would normally be expected. In the first 4 months of 2026, they were 34% lower than expectation. Dennis states, a 34% drop in oil and gas revenue in just 4 months of this year. This is money that cannot be spent on Shaheeds or Iskanders or salaries for our occupiers. It was also noted that Ukraine is rapidly advancing technologically. I quote, its new Flamingo cruise missile has a reported range of 3,000 kilometers, and its ballistic missiles may soon enter serial production. It's very important for us that these narratives are a cold analysis by one of the world's most authoritative business publications, based upon their own data, banking statistics, and independent models. And this analysis confirms our strategy of deep strikes is working, and it works systematically. All of this is achieved using our own weapons. These are not subject to any of your foreign red lines. While our partners spent years debating where we were allowed to strike and where not to, often due to information leaks during prolonged preparations, Russia was prepared for any attack. But now, we've built a weapon that can reach the enemy 3,000 kilometers away and has already drained tens of billions of dollars from the Russian budget. Don't you just love to see it? Don't you just love it? That, they're standing on their own feet at this point, and we're not holding anything over them. I know there's still issues with perhaps, the transfer of the Gripen because there's some American parts in it. I know that there is also issues with, Tomahawks. They were coming, then they weren't, then they were coming, then they weren't. Then Germany said they'd buy some and now they're not getting them. It's all a load of fucking bollocks. But we know that it doesn't matter to Ukraine anymore because they're building better than what they could have got off us. And what makes it so much better is it has none of the restrictions that we might have placed upon them. Now, that's one thing that I can be proud of with the UK, that we said, you want to use these scalps, you just do whatever you need to do with them. Don't worry about us. We don't care. Hit whatever you want with them. And that was, actually one of my favourite things of this whole situation, that we said, we don't care what you do, defend yourselves. So at least we, did that. But just the very fact that, here you can have a missile, but you can't use it, what an absolute load of crap.
Mocha's just the more Ukraine diversifies its supply chains in all things. So drones, yes, the UK, but there's loads of other people that are doing it. I think the Germans, the Dutch, the Slovakians, um, somewhere else as well. I can't remember off the top of my head, but yeah. So that gives jobs to those resident countries, but more importantly, it solidifies the supply chain, doesn't it? There's no way you're going to not be able to supply it. It's you've ordered this many, right? They're coming, and they'll arrive whenever. Even to the point where now Germany is talking about they want to start producing flamingo missiles, cruise missiles, for the defence forces of Ukraine. How nice is that? So taking a bit of pressure off Firepoint, I would have thought, because that company must be experiencing, production like, hang on, we want to expand and we're still firing stuff. But yeah, so the more we do that, every single Western nation, the better it will be for Ukraine. And absolutely removing all these stupid, kill switches on. Oh, you can have this, but you can't use it. And, oh, you're not allowed to eat. Oh, a load of old bollocks. Yeah, the further we get away from that, the more Ukraine becomes independent in its production of military hardware, the better they'll be. And I'm all for it, Mockers. Crack on.
Well, we watched them grow and develop, haven't we? And it's kind of like a proud parent seeing them like stand on their own 2 feet now, and basically say, yeah, okay, we did, need to rely on our partners, and we've done everything that you asked of us, but now you can't tell us what to do anymore. You don't own me, and I love that. Now, I got a bit more woe for you, a bit more fun.
Oh, what sort of woe? Go on, don't tease me like that. What sort of woe?
Romanov, one of the Z bloggers, complained. He made a video complaining while he was driving, by the way, which I think is, it's dangerous to do that sort of thing. But I guess he just shrugs off danger, this guy. He complained that Ukrainian drones were continuing to destroy Russian logistics in the rear along the Mariupol-Donetsk highway. However, he later had to delete the video. And he wrote, "The previous video has been removed at the polite request of the competent people." How polite do you think they were, Firefella? How polite do you think that request was? Do you think that was, would you like to end up in prison?
I think somebody's just had their knuckles wrapped by somebody that said, mate, that last video, do you want to chuff and get rid of that? Otherwise you're going to the gulag. Or better, we'll send you to the front. That's probably the choice he was given. And also driving, isn't that expensive in Russia now? I'm just saying.
It's a very expensive habit, driving in Russia. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So, yes, the polite request from competent people, I mean, where they found competent people in Russia, I'll never know. But yes, a decree has been issued in the Donetsk People's Republic banning the publication of the aftermath of any enemy strikes in real time. And he said this was something which he was reminded of. However, well, his video was quite telling. He's driving along and he keeps flipping the camera up to look out of the window where you can just see things burning. So, yeah, I have a feeling that it was embarrassing, and they were like, no, take that down.
But Mockers, we all know that once it's on the web, it's on the web, innit? And you can stop it, but you can't stop it because a load of cartoon dogs will get hold of it, and we're going to keep posting it because we do shit like that.
Well, yes. Somebody once told me the internet is forever. So, the internet is forever. Unfortunately, no matter how you try and scrub these things from the internet or even restrict access, it will find a way. People will find a way. And they do. The Insider reports that people are escaping from the digital gulag that they've been locked into. Ordinary Russians are finding ways to bypass the Kremlin's internet restrictions because, people just do. As internet shutdowns are spreading across Russia, users are now turning to mesh networks, radio-based messaging, and email-powered apps like Delta. So basically what they're doing is they're finding ways around the Russian authorities' restrictions. So Russian authorities have temporarily postponed the introduction of fees for any VPN traffic, but the campaign to restrict the internet continues. In response to ongoing shutdowns and the threat of complete network collapse, because remember, we also have the probability that they've not been doing all the upkeep that they should have been doing on this whole system. And there is every possibility that then when they switch stuff on and off again like this, eventually, when they go to turn it back on again, it doesn't work anyway. And, you know, their entire infrastructure is falling down around their ears. So I wouldn't be surprised if at some point everything just breaks. And, you know, their internet in general just doesn't work very well. So what people have been doing is, in response of the threat of a complete collapse, decentralized digital communication tools are becoming increasingly popular. For example, what they call mesh-tastic devices. Now, these devices transmit messages over radio waves and are emerging as alternatives to the conventional messaging apps in the event of total internet blackouts. Meanwhile, there's also a specialized messenger chat called Delta Chat, capable of functioning even under restrictions. Already, more than 10,000 people in Moscow alone have employed these technologies. Now, most users are what you would consider the amateur radio enthusiasts. So these are the people who were already connecting by other means anyway. But it's starting to spread because, you know, their knowledge has suddenly become useful. And people are now cottoning on. So mesh-tastic communications. There are devices that you can purchase. They're called nodes, and you get yourself a node, and
Are you there? Or has she just been booted? Prince? Wakey, wakey.
I'm here.
Is Mocha's here or is she dead?
I would say she's dead at this point.
Okay.
I'm logging into booter.
No worries. So just carrying on from what Mocha said, these nodes. So it is the fundamental thing, people. Oh, here she is, I think, hopefully. I will. So here's the thing, people. So
Let me look.
as soon as you say, no, you can't do that, every single person with any sort of brain will go, yeah, I'm going to do that. And we'll find a way to do it, people. I can't tell you how many times I've said to people, don't go there. And they've spent the next 2 hours going wherever it is I've said they can't go. And it just applies to it's a human facet that we all have. As soon as you're told, no, you can't do it, that's what you're going to do. Will, go ahead.
Well, given that Mockers is gone, let me reprise a little thing I did earlier in the day with Smokey. Going to play a lightning round of hot or cold with you, fire fella. Um, so I'm going to tell you the name of the refinery, and you can tell me if it's hot or cold, meaning showing no signs of life on either the flare or any of the process units, meaning refinery not functioning in total, or you could say warm or hot or really hot. The cheat sheet today is really hot is Nizhny which you currently show a big fire at, and also the one Mockers mentioned when she was just going on yesterday after I went off, Slavyansk na Kuban, right? Hot or cold?
It's got to be cold, because Will, sorry.
No, that one's really hot.
Oh,
The
no.
fire's still going there.
Yeah, that's the one that hit. Sorry. I was just getting Mockers
Yeah.
back up. Sorry.
So Karishi up by St. Petersburg, hot or cold?
Oh, that's cold now, isn't it?
Yep, dead cold. 20 million tons a year offline. Rizan, your favorite?
Cold.
Hot or cold?
Cold.
Yep, cold. 5 fires at once, nightmare fuel for a firefighter, and hasn't started up since. Yaroslavl, hot or cold?
Oh, that's cold.
I'm going to go a little bit warm here. I'm going to give them half of their capacity because the crude unit in the south and the petrochemical plant across the way shows some signs of life and does the flare. but all the gasoline producing units up in the north end of the refinery totally gone. So I'm going to give them half credit for that to be nice. Yaroslav, Volgograd, hot or cold?
No, that's been it. Cold now.
Also, tiny bit of activity down in the flare to the south, but I'm going to be generous and say half of that's offline. Perm.
Perm's cold now.
No, it's actually hot. They've got it back up and running. It looks to be running across most of the units now.
The tow rags.
Moscow.
Boss.
Yeah, I know. Well, don't worry. We're not out of drones. Moscow.
Cold.
No, hot. Never, didn't shut down at all.
What?
They killed some of the operators during that last attack, but it didn't actually do enough to shut the refinery down. And I'll do 9 and 10. Angarsk.
No, that is cold.
No. Angarsk is hot. It's way out, way out in the far east of Siberia. Gazprom Salavat.
I want to say warm, but I'm going to stick with cold.
No, Gazprom Salavat's operating. So out of the top 10 refineries, 5 of them are offline. And overall, if you look at all the top refineries that are on the list in in Russia, I went through firms for every one of the top 40 refineries or top 50 refineries, and a total of 49.6% of the refining capacity of Russia is offline. And so this is why Saratov refinery, cold, right? Just went cold the other day because it got struck. They've already got gasoline shortages there. They've got gasoline shortages now at Novorossiysk. So I think they're at the point where they're so brittle now at 50% capacity that if you see a refinery go down, you're going to see shortages near that refinery very quickly because they don't have the capability of mutual support at 50% or below, I reckon. Wow.
Which begs the question, Will, can they produce enough with what the capacity they have got to keep their trucks running? Or
well, so I don't think they can do it all. I think this is where we start the Hunger Games between the population and the military, and like all that other stuff in that. I love it. I feel like my work here is done because that Economist report sums up everything that me and Beefeater have been telling you for 3 years about what's important. The most important thing is they're shutting in a lot of wells. They're about 700,000 barrels a day of production below where they could be, according to OPEC. And they're putting out all the possible crude that they can because their refineries are all down, but they're having to shut in a lot of wells now, which is, as I said years ago, our ultimate target is make them shut in wells, and we're well on the way to seeing a lot of West Siberia be shut down.
So I heard a figure of roughly, and I don't know if this is right or not, 400 wells have been shut in. Has that grown?
That was the original estimate provided by Budanov from the Foreign Intelligence Service. But I reckon we're probably over 1,000 now because when he reported that was right after Primorsk and Ust-Luga got hit, and also the Kurishi and Yaroslavl refineries because of the volume taken. So there's a bunch of crude that comes down the pipeline from West Siberia. It goes through Perm, LPDS knocked out, refinery knocked out for a while now. It goes down the pipeline, it goes to Yaroslavl, and it goes to Kurishi. And then if it doesn't get used up in one of those two places, it goes on to Primorsk or Ust-Luga. We know that they've been pumping more than average capacity out Primorsk and Ust-Luga as both heavy diesel fuel, unfully refined material, or crude oil. But because their refineries are offline, they can't take it all. I guarantee you they've closed in more wells than 400, and I would say probably at least double that by now.
Excellent stuff. Good to know. And I'll just say, Will, all the time you've got a red pen in your hand, your work is not complete, sir, until we get to naught, if you know what I mean.
Well, but yeah, I don't have to talk about it anymore, I guess, because the Economist will eventually catch up and cover it. But don't you find it amazing too that that Solovyev and Skabeeva and the people that are now talking about these things, they talk about this like these refinery strikes just started, right? Like, oh, this is brand new since the Spieth. Well, Beefy and I have been pointing this out since the end of 2023.
Yeah, it's their mantra, isn't it? They need to deny stuff until you can't deny it anymore, and they're in that sort of space, aren't they? Anyway, welcome back, mockers. How's your phone?
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to have to reinstall this app again. Sorry, I very nearly called it rude words then.
Fucking hell. You have to
but
do that daily, don't you?
Yeah, well, no, at least once a week I have to reinstall this app because of how unstable it becomes. So it just constantly crashes, and every time I log into it, it crashes. And you know what it is? It's the DMs. Ever since they introduced this, new encrypted DM system, it becomes really unstable. Anyway, you were talking about the Hunger Games there with regards to the people and the military all fighting over gasoline. And Sevastopol police have seized gasoline from a group of people who were selling it illegally. So the illegal sale of AI-95 gasoline, selling for 250 to 300 rubles per litre, has been seized. A 25-year-old man and a 33-year-old man had purchased the gasoline outside the peninsula and brought it to Sevastopol to sell at a much higher price. However, they put adverts in Telegram, you know that thing that's apparently banned. They put adverts in Telegram to find customers, and eventually the police caught up with those same adverts and popped along to go and pick up the seizure of 40 litres of fuel from each of them. They sent this fuel for what they call examination, only, they just sent that fuel, to somewhere else, probably for themselves.
Wives and family.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so the fuel has been sent on for examination, apparently. And I have this. Because, Crimea is not just subject to a lack of fuel, but also a lack of ships. Don't know if you've noticed, but Ukraine have been very kind in, building some new reefs. And it turns out that the latest ship of the Russian Black Sea Fleet that was docked in the harbour of Sevastopol, completely destroyed now. So I'm assuming this is Atesh, so it's Crimean Wind, actually, who've produced this report, and they say, our eyes see everything. The latest ship of the Russian Black Sea Fleet is now completely destroyed. This was the reconnaissance ship, the Ivan Hers, docked in the oil harbour of Sevastopol. The last attack upon it completely destroyed it. Part of the captain's cabin of the reconnaissance ship, it's a Project 18280, in case you needed to know, has been completely demolished. The funnel is totally missing. The mast on which the antennas were located is now dressed in scaffolding, and there is no equipment on the stern. The bow and side decks are now covered with camouflage nets to hide the damage. The ship was destroyed by the missile strike in March 2024, and after rebuilding was hit again on the night of April the 25th to the 26th, 2025. There is a video showing how it looked in early autumn 2025. There was fewer visible damages. However, now we can confirm it no longer exists. So there you go. Even sat in a harbour, these ships are, still going to find their demise. I got to just go back to this, producing and supporting the Russian war machine. Now, there's been all sorts of news about, providing Israel with the ability to continue their
Has she gone again? Blimey, that was quick.
Yeah, she is, and she speaks. She's not even up as co-host.
No, speaker. Will, so somebody's asked me that thing about not enough petrol and diesel for the population and the military. Won't that affect the farming community in Russia because they're about to get the harvest in, aren't they? So they're going to have a food shortage, surely.
Yeah, so there'll be a hierarchy that the emergency administration emergency situations ministry will prioritize who gets fuel. Obviously, military, then essential transport, then farmers, then. But the public who just wants to fill your tank up at a Bowser, forget about it.
No, I thought as much. Welcome back, Mockers. Are you with us?
Yeah, but I've lost the article that I was about to talk about, but never mind. But basically, they were saying, here we go, I found it again. Providing materials to Russia's war effort and the implications of sanctioning Israel today are being discussed in the currency column by Dan O'Brien. So he goes on saying, that the Irish seem very keen to stop materials going to one place, but they can't seem to do the same for Russia, despite it quite clearly being, massive war, full of massive war crimes. So it says here, before looking in more detail about what the document says about the economic damage that this could do to Ireland, which I've got to say is not as much as you might think, to be fair, because, well, we're not talking about shutting the plant down. We're talking about we could nationalise that plant and protect those jobs, couldn't we? However, consider first the case of Henichesk Alumina, a Russian-owned commodity producer with a major operation in Limerick. A consortium of European journalists, including the Irish Times, reported in March it earns a lot of money from selling alumina to Russia. Its operations are now getting the scrutiny it deserves. Alumina is used to make aluminium, a critical material for all economies, and especially for modern warfare. Some facts from publicly available trade data. Irish exports at 2025 to Russia stood at $316 million, euros, accounting for more than 99% of total EU alumina exports to Russia, according to Eurostat. Last year, CSO data shows Russia was Ireland's biggest market for exports of metalliferous ores and metal scrap, also accounting for around 316 million euros. That compared with France, which is the nearest largest market, which paid 169 million euros for such goods from Ireland. Ireland is only one of 3 EU countries which appears to have increased their earnings for the sale of goods to Russia since 2021. Growth of 55% in 21 to 25 has been the highest of all of the 3. So they're saying basically that Russia's been making an absolute fucking packet of Ukrainian death, which is nice, isn't it? The Irish economy there. And this is what Russia does. They slide in with their money and they say, ignore this. Don't look at this. Don't think about the implications. And we'll just carry on feeding you some money. And this is what's happened. They've basically been, they've taken that money and they've put it in front of their eyes so that they can't see what's going on. And now it's very embarrassing for them because they are basically being investigated at this point for, for what's going on. And I do believe it is only a matter of time before there are some sanctions or they are forced to nationalise the plant or something. Would you believe in 2022 they wrote a report about nationalising this plant and they put it on the back burner as a last resort type thing. And I think they need to resurrect that, because now's the time, folks. Now is definitely the time. So I apologise for my very tedious bouncing in and out, but it's Elon's fault, and fuck that guy. Also, did you see the art piece in the middle of New York with regards to Elon?
No, not fuck that guy, Mockers. That's just not a nice thing to do. But yeah.
Well, he doesn't have a working penis, as far as I can tell. So you know.
Yeah. But no, I didn't see the art piece. What's all that about?
So there is this large art piece that has appeared in New York. I want to say Times Square, but I'm not sure. And it's basically depicting Elon and showing that, you know, he is a parasite against all of us. I mean, when it comes to being a welfare queen, he is the biggest. He literally, all the government subsidies that he's receiving, you know, for everything he does, makes him the biggest welfare queen ever.
It's all coming in through SpaceX, isn't it? Because Tesla is in the boots. It's like fucked, isn't it? But yeah, he's
well, he's just released this IPO thing. That I'll tell you about that. He's trying to get people to buy his companies, invest money in his companies, and I'd just say don't do that. This is not financial advice, but don't do that. You'll lose your shirt. So yeah, just saying. Would you like a nice little story to end on?
or is it woe, Mockers? Come on, let's have a bit of woe to finish. Yes, please.
Well, it's a nice video by Magyar's Birds, and I've just retweeted it because, you know, you got to do these things while you see it, because then the thing refreshes and it fucks off on you. So, a Russian mechanized assault was stopped before it even began. After receiving intelligence that Russian forces were preparing an attack against positions of the 1st Azov Corps, operators of Magyar's Birds searched the industrial zone around the Stakhanova, that one, mine near Mirnograd, with fibre optic FPV drones, and there they located and destroyed the armoured vehicles being assembled for the assault. Effectively, they disrupted the attack before it even begun. And this very effective method is how, you know, Ukraine are beating Russia. Everything Russia attempts to do, Ukraine gets a hold of first and takes them out. And every time they try and do something, Ukraine's like, nope, we'll stop you right there. Stop you right there. There is one last thing here, and you will enjoy this video. Prince will enjoy this video especially. A Russian invader tried to climb in through a window and got himself stuck. And I'd just say that a Ukrainian drone flew in to help him. Only, you know, he probably doesn't, probably didn't require or want that help. But yeah, he got himself stuck halfway in the window and became a very easy target, shall we say. Oh no.
Is he going to need a cloth 3 bag if he's still alive?
I think he's probably going to need, no, he's probably just going to need a plastic bag to scrape him up into, to be absolutely fair.
Okay.
How many floors up was he, Mockers? Tell me at least more than 3.
No, he was, he appears to have just been trying to climb in a ground floor window here. Only it was just a little bit too high for him to put his feet on the floor. And he obviously had no purchase on the inside because, you know, everything's been looted out of the building. And he got himself sort of stuck in a bit of a seesaw situation. I wonder if he got some of his gear stuck. And he was basically just presented his arse out of the window for a drone to fly directly up. So unfortunate. That's what we can say about that. Very unfortunate. Never mind, eh? So please close us out, because I now need to go to work. Because
I was going to say, Sweet, you must have had enough bouncing in and out all morning. Anyway, So people, don't forget all the fundraisers. We've got to keep the pressure up. And yes, Illumina 22 is active now, and we will win. Don't worry about it. Just keep the pressure up, everyone. Keep bonking away at them. They've got nowhere to go with it, and the Vatniks are they are trying, but they're not going to win because they never win in the end. And you know, we will win. Slava Ukraini, Mocha. See you all tomorrow.
Heroin Slava.
Slava Nazi.
Smit Vaham.
Miet Baraham.
Smit Braham.
Medvedev.
All right, let's see what we got here. We have yes, we do. We have Welcome to Ukraine tomorrow morning at noon. Well, I guess afternoon, noon Eastern, 7 p.m. Kyiv, with Robin and James, I believe. I see James. I don't see. Well, yeah, I think Robin and James. Anyway, and then right after that, it looks like is Peter and Mockers for a conversation about the Russian railway. And so that is 1 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Kyiv. And then after that, we will have Good Morning Kyiv with Will and I think John.
Yeah, I think
And
John's in with me.
yeah, that'll be 1 p.m. or 1 a.m. Eastern and 8 a.m. Kyiv. So get some spaces during the day tomorrow or tonight. Sorry, for me, it's still in my mind tomorrow because that's when I wake up. But anyway, so later today we have some spaces happening that everybody can enjoy, and then of course tomorrow morning. But with that, I think I will say, Skrull Popotamus.
Butchamus.
Bye-bye,
Bye-bye,